Greetings, hello, welcome to the show. This is America's Third Party and your chance to contribute to our discussion on politics. We are doing the impossible. We are building a third party against all odds. Today is Wasteful Wednesday. And I gotta tell you, we are literally swimming in industrial waste. Our nation has become so polluted that it is becoming a cesspool. When Donald Trump said that Brussels is a cesspool, he really should have said New York, because frankly, everything I see in our environment is getting corrupted by gross, unbelievable industrial garbage. Starting with the food we eat, the GMOs in our diet. The candidates don't talk about that. I'm the only one who's talking about the GMOs and how we want to end this incredibly dangerous tumor-producing GMO production cycle coming out of Monsanto. Now, if you know that Monsanto controls the two parties, then you know that they're not helping you and your kids. And many of you have children and you're worried about the food you're eating and whether they're going to be healthy all their life, because as you know, health kills. That's right. If you aren't healthy, you die. And it also kills you financially as well. Bad health can literally destroy a family financially, especially in our really incredibly ripped off healthcare system. So we got a lot of problems we got to deal with, and we need a third party to do that. All right, thank you for coming in. If you want to check out my new tie, it's not new. It's everything I say is new is actually quite old. I'm a preservationist. I preserve things, and everything I have looks like it's brand new, including my jacket, including me. I'm actually 55 years old, and I've been working really hard at preserving myself for years to come so that I can be here when I'm 150 and still be your president or presidential candidate, depending on whether you're voting for me at that year. But since I've been running for president, I'm still trying to maintain a youthful appearance. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Well, it's a trick to do this. You cannot just do this. You actually have to work at it. And today I met a lady that was very interesting. She represented a company called doTERRA, like doTERRA, and it's about essential oils. And she swore by them, and she looked great. Her daughter was a little baby, looked great. And they said, yeah, we're using every means possible to fight the toxicity that's in our environment. That's what we're doing. So yeah, the 55 is the new 35. If you can focus on remaining young and thinking young and doing the right things to avoid toxins in your environment, and that means filter your water, make sure that you have a good quality filter system. Reverse osmosis is probably your best. But if you're in an area with a drought like California, reverse osmosis is not your best because it wastes water. So what you want is a solid carbon block filter under your sink, or even just get the one that is for sale, Zero Water. Zero Water is a really good product. They sell it at Walmart. They have zerowater.com. This is a product that pulls all the dissolved solids out of your water. Anything like fluoride is pulled out. Dissolved solids are the things you got to worry about. So keeping toxins to a minimum, it will help you live longer and help your family live longer. Now, I want to help everybody in ways that will avoid you having to pay for huge healthcare bills with all kinds of physical ailments happening to you. I'm kind of a protagonist for healthy, holistic solutions to your physical well-being. That means eat right. One of the common problems a lot of people are going to have when they get older is to have this thing called a reflux or a hiatal hernia. It's one of the most common ailments, and that's why there's companies out there like Prilosec and others, Tums. They sell a lot of products, but that's only masking your problem. Your real problem is you have to eat less to save yourself from getting that reverb thing, that heartburn effect. Many people in their 40s and 50s go to the doctor thinking they've got a heart attack because they've got heartburn so bad. People are eating too much, and they're eating too late in the evening. When you're getting around 7 o'clock, 7:30 at night, that's when you want to taper off. Because if your stomach is really full and you lay down, you're going to be gurgling your food. It's like, gurgle, gurgle. And that's not going to be good for you. So in order to do the long-term survival thing, you have to learn to regulate your diet. And one of the best things that the experts in gerontology and aging are dealing with right now is the simple fact that if you cut your intake in half, you'll live twice as long. Now that's not true with people like Karen Carpenter, who died at a young age because she was anorexic. But if you cut your intake in half, you really will live twice as long. And there's studies going on right now. University of San Francisco is doing a very good study on the effect of hard sugar on your diet too. So you got to think about the dangers of hard sugar. A lot of people are getting diabetes, which is a very bad thing, and it can lead to, death. You go into diabetic shock. Pizza is great. I love pizza. I don't know if Sarah got a pizza today, but I try to only eat 2 pieces because there's a huge carb load there that can turn into sugars in your body. Eating less, grazing during the day, these are the keys to living a longer life. And these are the things that I did when I first met Sarah. I started making those changes. Before that, I was eating healthy, but I was overeating at times. In fact, I got really heavy when my parents were really sick. I was doing all their work, helping them every day. And I would eat, I swear, I was eating a banana loaf a day. I would make a banana loaf. I would make 10 loaves of banana bread in the oven. And I'd down an entire loaf of organic whole wheat banana bread. And I picked up like 50 pounds just carving out on banana bread. It was great, but it helped bind my anxiety because I had a lot of stress when my parents were really sick. But it's not good to turn to food as your stress outlet. That's another thing you have to trick your brain to not do. Iowa going to get slammed, really? What's happening in Iowa? You eat like all greens like a horse? Cool. Yeah, eating salads is a great way to go, for sure. Well, I could do a video on banana bread. I make a really good banana bread, but I'm hesitating because I'm going to have 7 loaves in there and I'm going to want to eat them. They're that good. I use walnuts or pecans inside of my banana bread. I mean, that's a must. Anyway, I love food. I'm a really good chef. I have a really unique love of food, and that's really why I wanted to talk to you about food and food waste. Now, today's Wasteful Wednesday, and I really am concerned that we are throwing away so much food in this country. It's unbelievable. There is a massive waste of food going on. 50% of the food that comes into our country. Would you spin once in my chair? Sure. Thank you, Angeltown. 50% of the food that goes into our country ends up in restaurant garbage cans and the back of stores that let this food go to rot. It just sits there on the shelves. You've seen it. You always walk into the fruit section or the vegetable section and see these guys culling the food. They're sticking it in a bin. All of that's going into the garbage. We waste more food than any other country in the world. It's terrible. Oh, I love roasted asparagus. Yeah, I love any food product out there. I really do. And so I have a natural respect for food. My father, was a farmer, and he came from a family of farmers dating back all the way to Norway. We're talking in the 1800s. And I genuinely want to fix this farming problem that we've got across the country. Now, I didn't get a chance to meet all the Iowans that'll be voting in the upcoming general election, but I can tell you I can do more for the Iowan people than any Republican or Democrat, because I'm the one who's going to stand up to Monsanto. And these companies like Monsanto are forcing farmers to pay for seeds, even if they didn't even use their seeds. If they're near a crop that the seed rolls over to, they're required to pay for the seed, and that's got to stop. Hey, Sarah, welcome. Hi.
How are you?
Pretty good. It's kind of cool out there. It's blistery, isn't it? It's cold and windy, and
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a winter storm.
In the works, really?
No, I didn't cover my car, but I'm not going to.
It feels like it's a blistery winter storm. We've got a tremendous amount of water up in our area, Northwest. We've been inundated with weather modification flyovers where they drop chemicals in our skies. And I've been pointing them out to Sarah, and she's always believed that it's contrails, just the condensation patterns. But I've got
now, since there's the NSA hack of the drones.
Oh yeah, The NSA hack of the drones. Oh, I forgot to open that up. Yeah. This is an article
Or
that's...
NASA or
Somebody
whatever.
found this in NASA. It's a...
This isn't NASA. This is
Is this... What is it? Is Dryden Flight Research Center.
yeah, but
I don't know. Somebody sent this to us, and I don't want
But
to
this is
show it
like-
online, but I'm looking at it, and
well, let me go up. I'll remember. You're at.
Well, I've got a
line
text document I kept.
30,800.
Yeah.
But if you go to the top of the document, do you mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to open the text document that has the relevant information. Go ahead.
All right, so the top of the document, I'm going to scroll up to the top.
Okay, they say in related facts you need to know, aluminum does not exist in nature in free form, only in compounds. Effects of free form aluminum soil contamination causes harsh pH conditions for plant life. This was in the document that somebody
This
found.
is a non-sec.
Okay, so it's in a non-sec document. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a non.
I don't know what it is. I'm just looking
right
at
here,
it. Yeah.
It says, well, here we are. It's 2015, 2016, and stuff has gotten weird. Like, no more secrets, Marty. Weird.
Okay.
But if there's one thing our team has learned over the past years is no one has impermeable OPSEC, not even the NSA or GCHQ.
Nobody
like
has
Snowden.
impermeable ops
For example,
security.
Snowden leaks, IC Watch, NSA playset, etc.
Right.
Basically, people will always be the biggest vulnerability in any network system. With that being said, anyway, they are like it's anonymous basically, and then if you scroll down, basically anonymous.
So it's anonymous that's releasing
That's
this.
releasing all this, and so
Okay.
they said, "Here's it is NASA though, not NSA."
Okay, it's NASA.
So they said, "Here are just a few operations we either started or a non-sec either started or were involved with." NASA drones. They hacked NASA drone servers and exfiltrated missions data. Data logs possibly prove existence of chemtrails and their global warming effect.
Thank you. Did you hear what Sarah just said?
Also, they're bad OPSEC, of course.
Yeah.
And so they have examples of some websites where they
Yeah. Okay.
showed that they were involved in those operations.
Okay, Skylar, go ahead. What's your question?
I was going to say zero filter. The
Yeah.
zero water filter doesn't remove fluoride.
It removes all total dissolved solids. That
No, it
includes.
says right on the website it's not certified to remove fluoride.
Okay. Thanks for the correction. Let's just verify that it says it's not certified to remove fluoride. Thank you for clarifying. But it does.
It will show whether or not it's there,
Yeah.
but it doesn't remove it.
Well, the thing is, they've achieved zero TDS, total dissolved solids. Having done that, logic tells you that they've removed fluoride. They just don't want to go by it because of the liabilities.
Fluoride is added as a gas. It's not a solid.
Okay. All right, then maybe you're right. I'll stand corrected. But thank you for calling.
You're welcome, David.
All right. So try to get reverse osmosis. That's been known to knock the fluoride out. Either way, keep trying to achieve unfiltration. You can double and triple filter things and get benefits from it. Anyway, we're back at the, this is a NASA drone leak that was a hack that came in that is now public information. It's not that we're, working at all on the side with anyone from this organization. It was made public by this organization, payspin.com.
Yeah, anonymous. Basically, some people
Yeah,
involved
really.
with the anonymous group added this to
Yeah.
Payspin.
Okay, so guest 554 says, I'll take fluoride over Flint, Michigan. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, so you guys don't worry about the fluoride. If you are contaminated with lead, it's equally as bad as lead, but slightly better than arsenic. Okay? Fluoride is a bad contaminant, much like lead is. But they're putting it in our water supply, and that's got to stop. Now, what this article does is it clarifies all these things that happened. NASA has been aware of what they've been doing for some time. From this internal document, you see that there's a huge 10,000% increase in childhood autism. They're recognizing that. I'm just looking at the document up close and personal, And it's aluminum particles used in cloud seeding are harmful to human respiration. Injecting aluminum and sulfate particles into the stratosphere could have drastic impacts on the Earth's ozone layer. Now, last night we profiled a guy named David Keith, who is this expert on climate alterations, global weather modification. And he supports the idea of dumping sulfur in the atmosphere. He's like a completely loony guy. And I can show you. You have the book Wheat Belly? Good. Excellent. I can show you just a little clip of him. You can see there's something not quite right about this guy, but he's the guy they're listening to. And they're dumping stuff in the atmosphere. This is 3 years ago at TED Talks. Let me just turn it down for a second. I'll take you to the heart of this thing. He thinks that the atmosphere is like this.
The other problem is they're right in the ozone layer, and I prefer them above the chemistry, and so people took him seriously when he said we should think about this, even though there will be some ozone impacts. And in fact, he had some ideas to make them go away. There was all sorts of press coverage all over the world, going right down to Dr. Strangelove Saves the Earth from The Economist. And that got me thinking. I've worked on this topic on and off, but not so much technically. And I was actually lying in bed thinking one night, and I thought about this child's toy, which is hence the title of my talk. And I wondered if you could use the same physics that makes that thing spin around in the child's radiometer to levitate particles into the upper atmosphere and make them stay there. One of the problems with sulfates is they fall out quickly. The other problem is they're right in the ozone layer, and I prefer them above the ozone layer. And it turns out, I woke up the next morning and I started to calculate this, and it was very hard to calculate from first principles. I was stumped. But then it found out that there were all sorts of papers already published that address this topic because it happens already in the natural atmosphere. So it seems there are already fine particles that are levitated up to what we call the mesosphere, about 100 kilometers up, that already have this effect. I'll tell you.
Okay, so somehow they've talked themselves into believing this is a natural process, that just because there's dust particles in the world, that means they can dump all kinds of crap in our atmosphere. Nanoparticles, fibers. There's even evidence that there's fiberglass shards that have been fractured at high heat and dumped in the atmosphere. I'm not kidding. So if you're concerned about what you breathe, and you're concerned about this new reveal from the NASA hack that happened that went public, we are starting to realize there's something much more to this. And I think people like Sarah are realizing, as I did many years ago, that contrails are not just the only thing going on out of the muffler of those jets. Whatever. So, yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but there's a lot of issues that spin off from this story. And I uncovered some amazing things in this article. The geoengineering quotes is likely to cause some damage in some places. One geoengineer says weather control could be a more important weapon than the atom bomb. This is coming from the U.S. Presidential Advisory Committee of 1957. So if cloud seeding, geoengineering, weather modification are all publicly acknowledged as real, why are chemtrails discredited when it's literally the same exact thing, just with a different name? Well, it goes on to talk about their sarcastic, it's almost condescending attitude they have at NASA, that they can't believe that we're that dumb, that we would believe that all the work they're doing in our air, in our atmosphere, is a contrail. They actually talk about it in this internal document, how they think we're like stupid. The world is stupid. And they're doing this thinking, well, we know something you don't. Can you imagine how unethical that is, to not have open peer review and review with the American people, to have a discussion, a political discussion, to just do this on the side? So this is a serious, huge breach of national security from within our government, allowing the endless dumping of chemicals in the air, which is going to impact you and your family and everybody here. So that's why Wasteful Wednesday is such a tough subject, because we're being slammed with the air, the water, and the food that we eat everywhere we turn. And now we've got a radiation issue to deal with coming from Fukushima. So let me just break to that in a second here. By the way, the stock market had an up day. Let's see what the stock market was. Dow Jones average went up, I know that. At least that's what my ticker said. Hi, Ronnie. All right, so we're up 183. So it's kind of another yo-yo year on the stock market. Dow Jones was down significantly yesterday and then up again. So it's up and down, and then the chart is here. Some of you like to look at the charts, see what the daily activity was. All right, so it's definitely 183 points up today. Okay, thank you. I said my piece. I just wanted to change the background for a second and go to Fukushima. There we go. All right, so this is Mount Fukushima, and there's a 5% grade from the mountain to the bay of Fukushima. And that 5% grade takes water throughout the year. And Japan has been dealing with the problem, but they don't talk about it. And they don't tell anybody about it. And many people believe that TEPCO is completely owned and operated by thugs. They don't want to fix it. Can you imagine somebody who doesn't want to fix something that's so dangerous to the human race? Yeah, let me show you this article over here. Check this out. I gleaned it all from there. You can go through that if you want. It's really intense. I pulled the meat of that post out of there and put it in a text file just to look at it. But they are talking about all the ways they're lying to us, dumping crap in the atmosphere, in that NASA document. Okay, vintage internet feel, thank you. Well, we started 7 years ago, 949, and I'm glad that you actually can sense that vintage retro feel, because we really feel like we're carrying the line for freedom of speech on the internet on many different levels. We're not people that drink or beat up our mother. I mean, did you hear about that guy on this network who beat up his mother online? Did you hear about that? He was arrested. Just an amazing story. Oh, good. I'm glad that she's competing with us. Well, she has a right to her show. She came in and said hi earlier. Everybody has a right to do a show. It's always fun to talk and share. But if we don't get to the bottom of this real big problem, and like I said, no political candidate has talked about the Fukushima crisis, except for me. It's kind of weird. It's pretty screwed up. I'm going to let Sarah talk. She's just kind of awakening to all this stuff that's...
All of this is an on-set talking.
So they just posted what they pulled out of the...
This is what they're pulling out.
They pulled it out of Unix feed or something. Okay. Well, is she begging for money? She gets money that way. She does a... Some people are drawing revenue from the Vaughn network. I'm not, because we can't do that in 2000 up to 2016. Up to the election, we can't do that. I know. Lion says, David, could you please be president by 11 o'clock because I can't take this crap anymore. Well, Sarah has some amazing hair, but right now she's stitched it up because it's just so windy out there. Wow. That's kind of wild, 260. I didn't know people did that. I've never received a penny from any of this that we do. I know. Well, I would love to get my button gear. We've got a great plan for the country, but selling people on peace at a time when war is going on. Our country's at war and nobody even cares. We're up against a brain drain going on in the world today that never seems to get any better. I'm going to take a look at the news real quick here. I'm going to get some fresh coffee. You can talk to Sarah. She can talk to you about anything and do whatever the background says. But judge rules Bill Cosby's sexual assault trial will proceed. So he's bought cover in time from an attack on his credibility. But now it keeps seeping forward with all those women that claim that he drugged them and had sex with them. It's the creeping crud of reality sneaking back and haunting Bill Cosby. Montgomery County Judge Steve O'Neill Wednesday denied Bill Cosby's request to dismiss a criminal case against him, saying a former prosecutor's testimony about a promise he made not to prosecute Cosby was not credible. So he makes a lot of side deals in the background. Cosby's a very powerful guy, and many people believe he's connected to the power structure. And we will talk about that a little bit later tonight. But tonight is Wasteful Wednesday. Cutting the budget. That would be really ideal.
Yes.
How do we cut the budget?
That would be great. There's some scary things happening in the world. This on Google News. That the Zika virus has been sexually transmitted in Texas. Confirmed by the CDC. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on Wednesdays updated its Zika virus guidance for pregnant women, advising them to protect themselves if their male sexual partner has traveled to or lives in an area where Zika virus is circulating. Yeah, possibly. A UN envoy halted its attempt to conduct Syrian peace talks on Wednesday after the army with Russian airstrikes advanced against rebel forces in Aleppo. Yeah, probably good idea, 271. I didn't see your... No. There's no chance of me ever doing that, 949. None. Zero. Sorry to disappoint you. Ooh, IRS is having computer problems. A non-sec? Maybe? I don't know. The IRS suffered a hardware failure. On Wednesday afternoon, which left many of its tax processing systems unavailable. They're pushing forward the Pacific Partnership. U.S. and 11 nations have signed the Pacific Trade Deal. Not so happy with me. Ooh, yeah, 275. You should tell them. Stay away from the Z, man. Stay away from the Z. In Somalia, they believe that Al-Shabaab, which is a militant group, was responsible for a plane blast in Somalia. Thank you. Well, they planted sunflowers hoping they would help with the radiation, but I think there's too much radiation to help with that. So there's some kind of thing happening with the EU and Britain on migrants. Basically, the EU is going to freeze in-work benefits for migrants, but if other countries demand the same thing, that it might all unravel. What do you think, 918? What do you think? Do you think? I'm sure you do. It's definitely an issue. 275, definitely. In the Ukraine economy, the economy minister quit, saying his ministry has been hijacked by corrupt vested interests. Wow. For Ukraine, it might not be able to reform itself. Yeah, I suppose regs can help. I threw out some carpet the other day. Alabama, tornadoes came through and devastated a small town called Aliceville. Very sad. North Korea just spent $4.6 billion on wet Walton. How in the world would you do that? Did you spill hot coffee on it, 358? Oh, or was it, were you trying to... That whole thing with the apple pies is not good. Oh, it was... Oh, it was in the news? I'll have to look that up. How? Do I want to know? I don't want to know. Oh, it was in the North Korean news? Alright, I'll look it up right now. Well, yeah, I suppose. Well, it does have the pie crust. That's some carbs. Speaking of pies, I didn't get a pizza pie tonight because I was just like, yeah, I need to cut back on the carbs myself. Let's just say that. Oh, ouch, 358. Ouch, ouch. Yeah, I used to live in Mississippi. All right. What am I looking up? North Korea. North Korea has a multiple rocket launcher doing an exercise in an undated photo. They're planning to try to orbit a satellite and of course test their ICBM technology. I live in northeast Mississippi. That's good. At least you're 40 miles from Aliceville. Oh, did you get a horrible tornado hitting you monkey times? I would hope that you're okay since you're able to chat on the internet. Yes. Well, or anyone that's gone down there in South America. You would love to do that, Malton? Well, I can't promise to help you with that, but that's not one of my dreams. Oh, I'm glad it skipped over you in Starkville. Oh, okay. I never realized that February was so cold before. Yeah, 4 states, including Florida, are affected. Well, and then also, like, the mosquitoes come up from the south. I've got to wear that, mosquito mask all the time. Because normally we don't get a lot of mosquitoes here, but if we travel, it would, we definitely would have some issues. I already did for 5'9". You should have seen him before this. Good to know. Walton, thanks for letting me know. Humidity and mosquitoes. I don't blame you for wanting to move away from the south for those reasons. The north, it's wet, but it's not humid. It's a different kind of wet up here. And today it's been pretty cold. David's not going to like it. It has Zika and mosquitoes and radiation. Oh, great. Yeah, all of those are pretty cold in the winter, though, I have to tell you, monkey times. You should, while you're right now, this time of year, you should check weather.com and put in the zip codes for Colorado where you want to move, and Wyoming and South Dakota, and do that every day for 2 weeks and compare it to your own weather, and then decide if you really want to move there. Okay, the U.S. Nuclear Agency suggests using radiation to fight Zika mosquitoes. Well, David would say, yeah, Fukushima, the mosquitoes. Is Zika virus in Japan? Is Zika virus... We should check the radiation that's already there. Maybe the Zika virus is because of radiation. 4 times over the last 30 days. Oh, you know what it feels like? Oh, what did you... Are you driving truck? How do you drive? 4 times. There's no Zika in China and none in Japan. Radiation might be the answer. Oh, it was to hide the symptoms of syphilis? That's interesting. Broke one. Mississippi, Denver, Mississippi, South Dakota. You've driven to all of those places, so you want to go to Denver or South Dakota. You like it better than the summers in Mississippi are really humid. That's true. That was true. Oh, you're just traveling? You just like to visit people. Campaigning for David Sponheim all over the country.
Thanks.
Thanks for doing that.
Close that.
Okay. Yeah. That Zika virus is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I wonder how real the Zika virus is. We've already found out that it's been modified. The mosquito that carries it's been GMO created. You got to wonder, did they create the Zika virus? That's the weirdest concern of mine. Yeah, was this artificially created? Because they have the ability since 1997 to do protein synthesis of viruses.
I know, famine and death. I guess that's why that one company or whatever said there'll be so many less people. So the IAEA is suggesting using radiation to fight the Zika virus.
Well, lucky for them, we have it.
February 16th, they're going to meet with Brazil.
Really? Well, I really think that we have to discern whether this is a radiation effect or the Zika virus that's causing this thing called microcephalic children. The problem we are seeing is getting worse, but like I said, radiation can cause mutagenic effects like microcephalic disorders. So I really think more science has to be conducted to say that we need to use radiation. We may already have radiation everywhere.
Thank you, 2190.
Oh, you are? Cool. You got like a 4K TV?
On the big screen.
Cool. Excellent.
All right, I think I'll go eat some dinner or something.
Yeah, there's some...
I purposely didn't get pizza tonight because I feel like...
Yeah. All right, yeah, so you're going to get a pizza. Yeah, I'm avoiding the carbs. Sarah and I are trying to cut back on the wheat belly thing. We don't want to get that wheat belly. It's a desire you get.
The cheese is fattening.
Yeah.
It's like...
The situation is they've got GMO wheat now. A lot of the stuff that we're getting, it has a special opiated quality. There's 43 chromosomes in GMO wheat versus 17 in some of the old, like kamut, the Egyptian wheat. We see a major change there, and what they found is that the biggest gene change is the mitochondrion of the GMO wheat actually encourages creates an opiated effect when you eat it, kind of the effect of an opium product on your brain. So you get this natural feel-good feeling when you eat a lot of that wheat. And you go, whoa, yeah, oh, yeah, this is great. So you want more. And they say that up to 600 calories a day more is the average wheat belly syndrome. So if you're wondering why you're picking up some weight, it's because you love eating carbohydrates. That's what people, not weed belly. Weed belly is from people that have too many munchies going on and eat all the time. Yeah, wheat belly. You could have weed belly and wheat belly. You can suffer from both wheat belly. Gosh, we could talk now about crapcrete if you want. We've got a situation on our hands. We had a mountain of corium, and it's flowing into the ocean at an alarming rate of six swimming pools a day, filled with this liquid irradiated water mixed with ground contamination of corium. So that's the problem. That's going into the Pacific Ocean, leading to this past week, we reported the death of 329 whales down in in Chile. 329 whales they've found on the coast of Chile. And let's see if we can pull that story up. That's too far. Oh, there it is. 337. Corium would be spelled C-O-R-I-U-M. Corium, like the core of a reactor. Reactor core. No, corium. That's corion, which is. Thank you. It's corium. Corion is it's a brand name for countertops, I believe. Right. So Mount Fukushima is a problem, but the reactors themselves have got to be capped. And we talked this past week about the creation of crapcrete. Modified sewage mixed to create a hard carapace over the irradiated capsule, which is currently reactor number 1 through 4, or reactor number 1 through 6, which are contaminated. If 4 and 5, or 5 and 6 are okay to use, we could use those as the potential. Oh, here's the whales, yeah. 337 whales dead. Just like this big one right here, all lining the shores of Chile over the past 3 months. Can this dude read what we're typing in this chat, Eric? Yeah, totally, dude. I'm like dialed in, dude. I'll like read everything, you know. Well, I'm glad that was your big moment for the day, Guest 911. Now what are you going to do? I mean, you had your big experience. Now what's your big day going to be like? You know, now maybe you ought to think about things as opposed to just, watch free porn. They died over the past 3 months, Ronnie. This one I lovingly called, I'm just kidding, but this one is the dead SEI whale in Chile. And the disaster is getting worse and worse. I mean, there's signs everywhere is signed. Here's global research. I'll give you links to both of these. Global research says there's 28 signs that the West Coast is being absolutely fried with nuclear radiation. So when a company says that they've got this Zika virus and they want to zap it with radiation, that's just cover for what's going on. They don't want to talk about Fukushima. They don't. It's like the elephant in the closet. Remember that old saying about the king and the elephant? Yep. How did the emperor is naked? That story. That's a good one. The emperor has no clothes, and no one was willing to say that, and finally somebody stepped up, I think it was a court jester, and said, "Sir, you're butt naked." Well, we've got a real serious problem with, hi Horatio, we've got a real serious problem with Fukushima. Yow. Yeah. Is that when the emperor got naked? And yeah, it's the whole story played out in front of your head. So a lot of you are really thinking about sex a lot. I know that. I'm not just psychic. I'm aware of things that are far more interesting than just my ability to know what's on your mind. Thank you. Yeah, and the reason why you're thinking about sex all the time is because as a species, we want to replicate naturally. We want to have more little people, little babies. And it's a natural tendency for any species to want to replicate in lieu of imminent extinction and the destruction of the human race here on Earth. So what the powers that be want to do is they want to make you think that you don't want to have babies. And it's probably best not to have babies right now until we figure out exactly why all the little shrunken head children are being born. So Connie was doing great. I talked to her the other day. She's enjoying her time. The beautiful weather in Hawaii, absolutely gorgeous, that she's enjoying. My sister's been traveling around the globe the past year. It's kind of interesting. She went to Australia and then up to Alaska and then now to Hawaii. It's like, wow. Must be nice. Well, your brain wants you to survive. Our natural instinct is to survive. But the elitists are telling us, no, we have to depopulate. They don't want to fix the water. So naturally, they don't want to talk about Fukushima. Because if Fukushima's killing off whales in Chile, they were autopsied, they all died because of exposure to hot water from the undersea volcanoes, the coast of Chile have been erupting like crazy for several months. Okay, me on TV, thank you. It may not be radiation at all. Cool. Good to know. Thank you. Hey, that's the best news I've heard all day. So scratch the story I just told you about the 230 or 337 dead whales. Yeah, they died just because volcanoes are erupting. Nothing to do with a melting down nuclear reactor in Japan. Yeah, okay. Separate subject entirely, you're right. Why confuse the melting down China syndrome reactor at Fukushima with anything going on in volcanic activity in Chile? Thank you. Yeah, it's the stench, Mr. Anderson. It's the stench of humanity. I'm tired. Sorry, I was doing my Mr. Smith impersonation. Chili Willy. Free Chili Willy. Yeah, as if we didn't have enough problems, Iran still wants a nuclear weapon. And, thanks to Barack Obama, they're richer. They're $155 billion richer soon to get all that money and credit. And they get to make their nuclear weapon within 300 days. I think it's 300 days now. So within 300 days, I believe that Iran will have a nuclear reactor that can dispense high-grade nuclear weaponry, tipped nuclear missiles. It's interesting about Iran. They've got 9 missile factories and not one refinery for oil. That's the kind of people you really want to give nuclear tipped radiated, uranium grade, weapons grade uranium to. Yeah. I'm not a black man. Many people don't realize it, but the skit I did impersonating Barack Obama, I did not have melanin injections for that. I know. I don't know who the high pitch is. I was not in any way given melanin injections. I used a makeup called the Dream, Maybelline Dream makeup. Okay, I'm going to take you into the heart and the bowels of the methane leak. So what we know so far is that this area of Aliso Canyon, California, 100 miles north of LA, is got a major methane leak. So the earth is fracturing to release this. 8,000 feet deep, there is a spew in a line in a storage area. It happens to be a nuclear waste storage area from the 1960s. You don't hear about that in the news. I know they don't want you to talk about it. But if you're downwind from that, you may want to move away. It's probably a good idea. All right. Will North Korea abandon its rocket launch? I don't know. North Korea is planning a rocket launch. I don't believe Iran is really going to be a major problem unless they start threatening people. That's my take on Iran. But I do believe that Israel does run the risk of wanting to attack Iran. Yeah, and I think there's a strong likelihood they will. They've done it before. We don't talk about aliens today, 368. G. Gordon Liddy. G. Gordon Liddy, are you having problems getting into your account under that name? Because I recognize you when you call me Davis. Yeah. G. Gordon Liddy is here, folks, from the Watergate era. I've met 2 Iranian people that I really liked, and a few that I didn't like. I've met a few Iranian people I've had good experiences with, but by the most part, I've had bad business dealings with Iran, or Iranians, I should say, not Iran itself. Yeah, 62 million cubic square feet of methane, and they're charging you for natural gas. Isn't that ironic? All right, so we'll drift out of this picture. This is an artistic rendition of the leak. Pretty bad. I never did get to tell you guys about our solution for. Yeah, I think North Korea their rocket launch program is almost irrelevant. I never did tell you about our plan to do national composting. But in every area of the country, we want to develop a national composting center to get rid of a lot of the local fruits and vegetables that are being put in dumpsters. So you can count on getting some pretty cheap fertilizer in your area at these centers. They'll be within a 20-mile radius of every city, centrally located. And if you really want to make the trip, you'll be able to get free or next to free fertilizer at these places. We'll also be able to do something, because one of the things I want to do is legalize marijuana. We'll also be able to, we'll be able to heal the earth in some ways and heal you of the symptoms of whatever reason you take marijuana. Heal you of the symptoms you're experiencing, because I can't tell you that, other than the fact that it is medicinal, I can't tell you exactly what it does. Okay. Yeah, so you'll be seeing, so as the world becomes more and more like this, you'll see this as a major benefit in your life. No, I don't believe in aliens. No, there's been no evidence of aliens on this planet. There's an alien agenda, though, that the government has been pushing, where they want us to believe in aliens. Even Hillary Clinton said recently that there were aliens. Yeah. That's not a very good question, because, frankly, the issue of aliens can be misinterpreted as immigration issues. You know, I talk about illegal aliens, not because they're from Mars, it's because I'm concerned about them coming into our country, violating our border. No, Amber doesn't have any body smells. She's the cleanest cat I've ever seen. She's the cleanest cat I ever seen. We are getting a little bit of an emission coming from downtown Detroit, though. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, there it is. It's Barack Obama. We have had a natural gas emission. It's our former president, or soon-to-be former president. Boy, what a waste another 8 years of no activity, no new change, nothing. Just like Bush, total puppet. When are we going to get rid of these puppets? Yeah, so we're going to keep aliens out as well. I have a no refugee position I've taken. 2 years prior to Donald Trump talking about it, I was saying no refugees are going to be allowed in my country. My country. That's right. David's country. America is my country. The United States of America is the country that I was born into and the country I will die in. Because I really believe that this nation has got to save itself. And it's not saving itself anytime soon. So yeah, legalization is a big part of the National Composting Plan. And the National Composting Plan is not a big thing I'm going to push on anybody. It's not required that you recycle. There's going to be no individual mandates for my nation, for my country, my people. You won't be told what to do. We'll have a less restrictive police presence. And we'll have a better chance to fix the problems facing the country. We're going to be dealing with the problems head on, whereas opposed to the two parties which haven't taken on these problems, we actually want to create solutions. They could actually be viral solutions for our nation. And we've got a couple of good ideas to do that. one of it, which is our job plan for the country. A new change? Well, Obamacare is not the change we're talking about, Clocks. We're talking about creating mobile medical units in the country. Mobile medical, the concept of mobile medical units will be integrated in our mobile medical VA program, where every Veterans Administration will have an option of having a mobile medical vehicle there to take care of it. It'll be working as a telemedicine external vehicle, so it'll provide immediate medical care for anybody in immediate need. Preventative care too. So you'll be able to get all kinds of solutions from the mobile medical system. It's going to be very similar to this unit right here, which is the Mobile Medical Minnesota unit in Rochester, Minnesota. The Mayo Clinic is one of the it's one of the best public hospitals in the country, and we're going to use that model and build this out. Yeah, it pisses me off that Obama is in it for the money. That's what I'm pissed off about. And hey, don't support Hitler here. He's not running for, well, maybe he is. Ted Cruz and Donald Trump do appear like Hitler. I'm not sure which one of them is more Hitlerite. No, they're not going to be flooded. They're completely waterproof. There'll be a flotilla. No, in fact, I plan on making them into completely waterproof amphibious units, able to float and bump up against the water and dodge bullets faster than a locomotive. So we the people kind of have had enough, and we're about ready to do a major fisting on the two-party system. So are you ready to start fisting the two-party system? Let's do it. What do you say? You want to do it quickly or slowly? All right, well, let's get this music going too, because that's essential. Well, yeah, the two-party system needs a good ream job. So we're going to do that tonight with the Can't Stop Because We Won't Stop. We're going to play that song for you right now. Yeah.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're going to dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Can't stop, can't stop. Ooh.
Can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.
Can't stop. Yeah, can't stop. And
So let's be clear.
In this coming election
People,
year,
well, let's be clear.
for David Sponheim.
We got to get a rhythm going here. This fisting has to be quick.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night.
Yeehaw! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up, partner. Piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
So I don't want this world for you. This sucks. We got to do something about this. This is not going to stand under my watch. But according to the way we're going with the two-party system, this is exactly where we're headed. We got to deal with this immense amount of crap we call Fukushima.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop.
Okay, and I want you all to stop touching yourself, because that's got to stop right now. Yeah, we need to take it a little slower and extract as much pleasure out of the evening. Okay. I know that was pretty intense, wasn't it? All right, so we've got a situation on our hands where we have to actually deal with waste. So I've constructed a model where we're working with water, and we will eliminate the waste using a fast breeder reactor at the Fukushima location. And you're saying, well, David, are you even talking to Tokyo? Yes, but not directly. I'm speaking to people in Japan right now that I will reach out to your leader. You hear this in the background? This is what I put up with every day. F-35s over my house. It sounds a little different than the F-18. Yeah, so that's okay. Amanda deserves more viewers than me. Yeah, she's a young lady that has been through some tough times. She was in our room last night talking about her situation. And I was quite shocked that she's been going through some tough times with being falsely treated by police officers. Yeah. So, we do have an open communication in our public chat room, but I'm not somebody who talks to anybody in private. So I don't talk to people in the background of our show. I don't have any contact. But yeah, she seems like she's got a lot to say. Anyway, the bottom line is we're still building this third party, and that's what we're here to talk about, and how we're going to fix the incredible bio-waste problem in the country. They're on fleek? Really? Well, these aren't plugs. This is me out in the wind today. I had a pretty rough day. It was a very windy day. No, I didn't see the Warbuck video, and I can't play any songs, Doopster, that are copyright protected during our recorded broadcast. I can play it later on, after 9. But right now, we're kind of stuck here. It is. I know. Black Crows, yeah. She Talks to Angels. That's a beautiful song. 17 million hits. Amazing. No problem, man. Yeah, we're not allowed to do that.
I'm not going to get promoted without that degree.
Yeah. What's going on with whatever his name is? I don't know. Somebody told me he had an episode with his mom on camera where he hit his mom. I mean, the guy's like 60 years old. I don't even understand. But yeah, I would. It doesn't surprise me. Let's put it that way. Clocks, I want you to know that I work every day. And just because I don't get paid for it doesn't mean I'm sitting around on my ass. Yeah. Anyways, exactly who died and put you in charge, Clogs? You're supposed to tell everybody what we're supposed to be doing in life, If somebody wants to work, they can. If you want to work hard, great. If you don't, I don't judge you as being a loser. So I'm looking for votes from people who may be on fixed incomes, possibly retirement checks, or maybe even Social Security, or maybe even welfare. Yeah, I need your vote. So don't worry, I'm not here to judge you, man. Yeah, screw you, Clocks! But hey, it's cool, man. I'm sorry. I retire, Randall. Is that a fair name to call you Randall's Hole? That's a little weird. Yeah, I'm a full-time chatter. Yeah. What do you do, Dave? I chat. Yeah. And I worship a future that's peaceful. I spend all my time thinking about how we can pre-visualize a peaceful future. Yes. I can stop that. Okay, thank you. Well, that's your problem. Clocks, I don't need to work because I saved enough money to not work the rest of my life. Have you ever thought of saving enough money to not work the rest of your life? Or do you want to work the rest of your life and suck off the corporate tit? Or maybe you're just a scumbag who's a government employee who's making too much than you deserve. I'm going to be cutting salaries by as much as 50% across the nation. I'm going to force you into retirement, buddy. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have you banned here because I don't live off a female. I have my own home. I have property. I'm set. I own all my vehicles. I have no debt. I mean, it doesn't get more set than this. So just because you're jealous, we have to ban you. I know. I couldn't believe how derogatory it would. You know, I cannot grow a subsistence garden, Randall. No, right now I'm trying to stay out of the air because it's so radiated. And I've decided to do most of my work inside. That's right, third-party updates. Thank you. David, you want to get your hands on some of your very own Zika virus? Well, order it from the Rockefeller Foundation. They're mail ordering Zika virus to people, folks. Check this out. We knew there was something up with these people. The Rockefellers are orchestrating yet another attempt to use the vaccines that they've heavily invested in. So no doubt they're right now sitting there in pharmacies around the country relabeling all the swine flu vaccinations that are still sitting on the cupboards that haven't been used and all the flu vaccinations. There's no oversight at all. I seriously doubt if any of those vaccinations are being updated. Plus, we all know what's in them. Cancer-producing Nagalase. Yeah, they're just trying to create another reason for a vaccination hit upon the American people. You know that 54% of the American people are vaccinated? Here's the 1947 patent on this. Year of origin, 1947, yeah. There you go. You can get your Zika virus, everybody. Come on down to the Rockefeller Center. Unreal. Yeah, whatever they're up to, they're really sick. This is exactly why we don't need a Nazi like Donald Trump, or he's not really a Nazi, is he? He's a Zionist, excuse me. A Zionist like Donald Trump, who read the speeches of Adolf Hitler. And we don't need a guy who wants world domination like Ted Cruz, because he actually said it on an interview, in case you didn't see that. When he was 18 or 19, he said he wanted to have lots of money and power and world domination. Yeah. The real Ted Cruz. Yes, it's a small monkey which possesses the same blood groups as humans. And possesses the same blood groups. Yeah, it's called the green monkey, and they've been using that same strain of green monkey blood since 1957. Thank you, Meow. Thanks for sharing. It was a green rhesus monkey, yes. Look it up. So we're all headed toward doom and disaster if we don't come up with ways to solve this problem. Luckily for you, I am immersed in solutions. I'm not making a pun here. I really believe that we can filter the water, the air, and make this world better, and we don't have to spend our time depopulating like the elitists want us to do. We need to get this thing rolling. They don't want to fix the problem. They'd rather pollute the hell out of the planet and kill it off and reset the ecosystem. God, you're really starting to disturb me with your love of this evil man. Doobster says, David, I'm disgusted with my government. I don't want to vote, but you have my vote. I'm telling you, you have my vote. Thank you, Doobster. Appreciate it, man. Well, we're doing a write-in campaign on top of everything else. So, I don't believe a vote for any of the two parties at this point is going to amount to anything. We're dealing with a disastrous nation. The economy is teetering on fakery. Whatever they're doing is just pulling the scrim over our eyes. But this campaign to write my name in for the presidency is still active. But we are trying to get on the ballot in various states, for sure. And I'm waiting, by the way, Doobster, I'm waiting on Pennsylvania. They're sending me a packet to get, for you to get signatures to get me on the ballot in Pennsylvania. Thank you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay, so, are you here because you support a third party? Great. I'm here because I support a third party too. Let's start with an even plane here, and let's not have any preconceptions about who we are. We have an attack from a white supremacy group in our show right now, folks. Yeah, I'm not a white supremacist, although I support equal college scholarship opportunities for everybody. Yeah. And just because my name is Sponheim doesn't make me one of you. Thank you. We've got a lot of real interesting people tonight. Yes, we've got a person taking signatures in Maryland right now. There's a person also in New Jersey who's actively got over 2,000 signatures, he said. Hey, I had to do something, iCharacter, okay? Well, a lot of you are using this as an opportunity to support somebody I don't support. So, no, I can top that, yes. You will be able to grow your own marijuana in every single closet in America once I become president. Isn't that cool? No one will ever prosecute you. You won't go, oh, Dad, I'm sorry I can't grow marijuana because they're going to charge us with a crime. Yeah, so you'll be able to do that. Way better than a beer. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for backing our support of myself. All right, so you got that going for you, which is nice. Hey, ¿qué pasa? It's no problemo. Vinyl Sniffer, how are you, man? How is that job going where you reupholster all those cars? Toxic? Asset DJ David, did you see Obama's speech today saying to kids we are not Muslims or Americans, we are Muslim Americans? Well, I'm not that, but that's what he said. So he said we're not... Okay, so everyone's a Muslim American now? What, is Michael Moore writing his speeches? Hey, I've heard about the bacon peanut butter combo. Sarah told me about a hamburger that a local restaurant serves that has peanut butter, bacon, and jalapenos and burger. It's the peanut butter, bacon, jalapeno burger. Can you believe? She said she loved it. It was absolutely, is it really? Well, you might as well go for a taste treat since we're all getting radiated anyway. Yeah. Chow down on some of your favorite food, folks. There's no telling how long we'll all be alive. And I mean that. But do try to keep a good, nice figure so that people will find you attractive, especially at the morgue, where we'll all be stacked up if the radiation gets worse. Yeah, that GMO coffee. Well, I get my coffee 8 years old. I had to purchase 8-year-old coffee, and I got it for $3 for 3 pounds, 2.5 pounds for $3. I realized I didn't want any contamination, so I went as old as I could possibly find it before the GMO years. Hey, this is getting a little bit outdated, you know, the whole love of this Hitler guy. Yeah, it's not working for me. For one, he died in 1962 in Argentina, so you need to stop falling in love with somebody who's been dead for so many years. Why don't you just go to Disneyland or something? I don't do money challenges because I'm not into money. You can donate anytime by hitting the donate button. If I was into money, I would be more like this guy. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Yeah, if I was like that, this is how the broadcast would be. Everyone wants to make millions. You want to make millions too, right? Yeah, I hear ya. Oh, you could make millions, billions even, by donating to me. I'm not lying to you, man. I mean, you're donating to a cause here. I'm not pulling your string here. I'm not showing you some titty to get your vote. All right. Just so you know, this is not some scumbag hangout where we, look for donations by appealing to your whatever. I don't even know why would you even donate to some of those sites. Are you familiar with the Wehrmacht? I'd like to look it up first. I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. Of course, I am familiar with the Wehrmacht. Yeah, these are mugs. It's a night of pain. Yeah. Are you all Nazis that came in the show? I mean, what's going on here? Yeah, I have to shut that guy up. Man, I just can't. We are really we got a wave of trolls coming into our show. Did you guys talk about me on 4chan again? I bet you did. You need a little of this action. Yeah. Well, give it to you. You have hereby been put on notice to stop spamming or else face purge and ban. Jeb Bush begs town hall attendees to please clap. Oh, God. This is sad, folks. The Jeb nightmare is becoming more like, I don't know, fulfilling his father's wishes is turning into a very ugly political campaign for Jeb. You know, Jeb should just face facts. George W. started 2 wars, and Jeb, we don't want another Bush. I mean, it's that simple. We're still pissed off about that. Yes, indeedy. Okay. We are now going to stop guest chat. Thank you. Okay, so let's say goodnight to the Hitler supporters, because I don't support Hitler. And you Jeb people may want to come into our party. Welcome. I know that we don't exactly share your values of supporting the NSA, but we do like smoking a little doob on occasion and not having the government stand in our way. We all know why Jeb really had a problem back in the day. What did Rand Paul call Jeb? A pothead? Whoa, yeah. Whoa, Nelly. Well, Doopster, that's okay. Pretty soon we're going to be doing Skype to Skype communication. Skype has made a new advancement. They're going to try to pull the IP addresses off of all the contact lists. We're just trying to verify that it's safe. Is it safe? Is it safe? Yeah, it's safe. It's safe. Is it safe? You ever see that movie, Marathon Man? Dustin Hoffman, Laurence Olivier. Is it safe? And he was like this dentist with his tools in his mouth, torturing Dustin Hoffman, who was sitting there going, ah! It's really sick. Sick movie, Marathon Man. Check it out on Netflix. Or wherever you watch it. Okay, now that the guest stopped, then we can just have a normal conversation. Heaven sent, you're here, heaven sent. Well, still puzzled on how Colonel has gotten away with being spelled like that for so long. You're right. We should name it Colonel, which is the computer spelling for kernel. A kernel of binary code, for instance. Hi, Heaven Sent. It's been a while, man. We used to have Heaven Sent in our blog TV show. Well, this is just not coming up, this Jeb video. I wouldn't doubt that Jeb shut it down, that the feed was shut down because Jeb said, I don't want anyone hearing that, Dad. Having me beg for claps. I can't handle it anymore, Dad. Jeb should just give it up. But we know that Donald Trump and Ted Cruz are in a pretty much a diversionary campaign to keep us away from Rand Paul. We know that's definitely the case. Well, I guess I will go guest on. Jeez, I don't want to create an empty space in the show too. I mean, some of you want to talk. Let's talk about the mobile medical units, and these units could be deployed in any number of ways in every city in the country, offering a complete coverage, checkup coverage. They'll even be able to set broken arms in there. They'll have an area that will have braces. They'll be able to sell you the brace, or give you a full set cast, one or the other. Some people don't like casting, and oftentimes orthopedic doctors are steering away from casting. They're going with bracing. I don't know. It's the doctor's choice. DT Laura. Yes. The Weka. You can chat now, 949. I think they left. Once I turned guest chat off, they just left. They're like vermin. They're like trolls with no brain. I know, you're a good one. The etiology of the word colonel. A senior military officer, rank below the general. However, in some small military forces, such as those of Iceland or the Vatican, colonel is the highest rank. It is also used in some police forces and paramilitary organizations. Wow. I had a grandfather who his nickname was the Colonel. Isn't that amazing? Everybody called him the Colonel. I wonder why. We never did understand what military he really did work for. Yeah, my grandfather had a rather stellar history, actually. I'm going to be writing about that in my book. Yeah, he had quite a weird life. He lived down in South America for about 10 years. Worked on banana plantations and coffee plantations. Spoke fluent Spanish. Yeah. My grandfather could drink hot scalding coffee like I can. I can drink hot scalding coffee. I've got like a pretty resilient mouth. And I can take in habanero peppers like no problem. And I almost think it's a genetic predisposition that I picked up from his 10 years down there in South America. You knew Colonel Sanders? Are you serious? Scarn, you should go to our Tuesday show where I dress up like Colonel Sanders. Every Tuesday I dress all in white. Yeah, that was yesterday. You can't really drink hot stuff. It gets burned. Yeah, it's not good to drink hot stuff. You can really burn your mouth bad. But if you're used to it, I prefer my coffee scalding. If I get a lukewarm cup of coffee like I have here, it's okay, but I use this mug to keep it warm, but You think he meant colonel, which is meant heaven sent. Oh, there you go. You can do that and sweat blood? You're amazing. Well, if you were sweating blood from the rectum, you would be able to go to the mobile medical unit and say, officer, I've got a terrible problem. And the security guard would say, okay, come on in line. And are you bleeding now from the rectum, sir? Okay, we're going to put you at the top of the line, sir. So just sit down there, the emergency section, the front row. And if you don't have an immediate problem, you take a number like you do at the current medical centers across the nation. Amanda's in our room now? What, do you stop your show, Amanda? What's going on? Or do you have multiple personalities? Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. We've got a couple of VIP guests. They want to be recognized as important. I find that kind of funny. Okay. I am going to take a quick break. I normally get a little visit from Sarah at the late hour, but she's right in the middle of something. She's stealing my viewers, and she's in my room, huh? Wow. That's amazing. Well, it doesn't matter. We're not in competition. The nice thing is we have open venues to talk on a daily basis. I'm going to show you something that, might shock you, might not. It's the imbalance of wealth in America. And I want to show you this because it's really important that you see how screwed up the imbalance of wealth is for our nation. Wealth inequality in America. Let me play a bit of this for you.
There's a chart I saw recently that I can't get out of my head.
A Harvard business professor and economist asked more than 5,000 Americans how they thought wealth was distributed in the United States. This is what they said they thought it was. Dividing the country into 5 rough groups of the top, bottom, and middle 3 20% groups, they asked people how they thought the wealth in this country was divided. Then he asked them what they thought was the ideal distribution. And 92%, that's at least 9 out of 10 of them, said it should be more like this. In other words, more equitable than they think it is. Now that fact is telling, admittedly, the notion that most Americans know that the system is already skewed unfairly. But what's most interesting to me is the reality compared to our perception. The ideal is as far removed from our perception of reality as the actual distribution is from what we think exists in this country. So ignore the ideal for a moment. Here's what we think it is again. And here is the actual distribution. Shockingly skewed. Not only do the bottom 20% and the next 20%, the bottom 40% of Americans barely have any of the wealth. I mean, it's hard to even see them on the chart. But the top 1% has more of the country's wealth than 9 out of 10 Americans believe the entire top 20% should have. Mind-blowing. But let's look at it another way, because I find this chart kind of difficult to wrap my head around. Instead, let's reduce the 311 million Americans to just a representative 100 people. Make it simple. Here they are: teachers, coaches, firefighters, construction workers, engineers, doctors, lawyers, some investment bankers, a CEO, maybe a celebrity or two. Now let's line them up according to their wealth. Poorest people on the left, wealthiest on the right, just a steady row of folks based on their net worth. We'll color code them like we did before based on which 20% quintile they fall into. Now let's reduce the total wealth of the United States, which was roughly $54 trillion in 2009, to this symbolic pile of cash. And let's distribute it among our 100 Americans. Well, here's socialism, all the wealth of the country distributed equally. We all know that won't work. We need to encourage people to work and work hard to achieve that good old American dream and keep our country moving forward. So, here's that ideal we asked everyone about. Something like this curve. This isn't too bad. We've got some incentive, as the wealthiest folks are now about 10 to 20 times better off than the poorest Americans. But hey, even the poor folks aren't actually poor, since the poverty line has stayed almost entirely off the chart. We have a super healthy middle class with a smooth transition into wealth. And yes, Republicans and Democrats alike chose this curve. 9 out of 10 people, 92%, said this was a nice, ideal distribution of America's wealth. But let's move on. This is what people think America's wealth distribution actually looks like. Not as equitable, clearly, but for me, even this still looks pretty great. Yes, the poorest 20 to 30% are starting to suffer quite a lot compared to the ideal, and the middle class is certainly struggling more than they were, while the rich and wealthy are making roughly 100 times that of the poorest Americans and about 10 times that of the still healthy middle class. Sadly, this isn't even close to the reality. Here is the actual distribution of wealth in America. The poorest Americans don't even register. They're down to pocket change, and the middle class is barely distinguishable from the poor. In fact, even the rich between the top 10 and 20 percentile are worse off. Only the top 10% are better off. And how much better off? So much better off that the top 2 to 5% are actually off the chart at this scale. And the top 1%, this guy, well, his stack of money stretches 10 times higher than we can show. Here's his stack of cash, restacked, all by itself. This is the top 1% we've been hearing so much about. So much green in his pockets that I have to give him a whole new column of his own, because he won't fit on my chart. 1% of America has 40% of all the nation's wealth. The bottom 80%, 8 out of every 10 people, or 80 out of these 100, only has 7% between them. And this has only gotten worse in the last 20 to 30 years. While the richest 1% take home almost a quarter of the national income today, in 1976, they took home only 9%, meaning their share of income has nearly tripled in the last 30 years. The top 1% own half the country's stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. The bottom 50% of Americans own only 0.5% of these investments, which means they aren't investing. They're just scraping by. I'm sure many of these wealthy people have worked very hard for their money, but do you really believe that the CEO is working 380 times harder than his average employee? Not his lowest paid employee, not the janitor, but the average earner in his company. The average worker needs to work more than a month to earn what the CEO makes in 1 hour. We certainly don't have to go all the way to socialism to find something that is fair for hardworking Americans. We don't even have to achieve what most of us consider might be ideal. All we need to do is wake up and realize that the reality in this country is not at all what we think it is.
Good night, Heaven Sent. Thanks for coming in. So, yeah, this was a really good piece. I wanted you to hear that because it was so appropriate for us to understand how completely unequal income is in America now. When I was a kid, it was nowhere near what it is today. And we've allowed these people to control our political system so long that they haven't given you any chances of attainment, of growth attainment. You even got this attitude, well, I guess I can get by. And I know a lot of people are like that because that's what really is the fabric of our country right now. We are surviving. Many of us are survivors. We're right back.
No, it's all fine. Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. Well, you didn't do anything to step up and create the third party, so yeah, you did allow them. You know, the fact is you haven't stepped up and done anything to prevent it. And I'd love to stand here and say, oh yeah, you really did create a job program and you fixed up all those houses because you got me elected in 2008. And we had this program going for 6 years, and now we have a booming real estate industry. But I can't say that because that's the opposite of what happened.
Do you need coffee?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I mean, either way.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm so glad we have the internet so we can be more aware of your corruption. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Divinus Super? Yeah, however, if there's no money, no control, what would you do all day if you weren't working for money? Grow a subsistence garden? I need to start with getting soil that could grow a subsistence garden. Because our soil here is not very good. So I have to get some worms and get actual good soil first. Yeah, there you go. Only one is on a social site. Is that me? There you go. Yep. You have peanut butter and banana sandwich with ice cold milk. That sounds delicious. Throw some bacon on there and you'd be perfect. Yeah. I know. It's pretty interesting. 58 of them have a website. Only 58? Really? The rest just talk during public meetings. That's it? Wow. Yeah, no problem. I have this cool bacon cooker David got me for Christmas one year. It does it in the microwave. Get Applebee's. Okay, I haven't had that for, I think the last time I went there it was like a lunch, and I didn't go back because it took too long to have lunch there. It wasn't very good. But yeah, exactly. It's pretty amazing. I mean, I think we are a social organization. We're social beings. It's amazing that more people aren't using social networks or social sites. I know I don't use Twitter like I should, but eventually I'll get there. Oh, I didn't realize that he had like a little VIP section now. Amanda T, Busy, Meow TV2, cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and you need worms to grow your own soil as well. Hey, old leaves. You need lots of worms. Google search is about to get a lot smarter. Really, deep down. You're a big Google proponent, right? I mean, you're doing something else. What else did you say about Google? They're gonna go do that free for some people who need it. Hello, Allura, how are you? All right, how important is artificial intelligence to Google's future? The search giant is promoting its head of AI to take over its biggest business. AI chief John Giannandrea will take over search responsibilities when the current search boss, Amit Shingal, retires at the end of the month. Wow. They believe AI will deliver some of the biggest breakthroughs in computing technology over the next few years. The goal of AI is to create systems that understand their environment and even handle everyday tasks. From recognizing speech and handwriting, preventing online fraud, and replying to emails, to developing self-piloting cars. That's pretty cool. I like Google. I suppose so, Randall. Yeah, if you like compostable material on the ground, worms will come to eat it. One thing is you want to actually also cover up your compostable material, though, so that other things don't come to eat it, like rats. Yes, I agree. Yep. So, composting is great, especially if you can do it in your soil. You're very good. Is incidental intelligence okay? I'm in favor of any intelligence, no matter how you get it. If you get it incidentally, that's fine. Incidental, or just having a little bit. Did you see the video of Bernie running to? No, I didn't see that video. I guess that's a selling feature. Yeah, I agree with you, Randall. The point is to minimize the amount you have to bring in. That would be good. I think any intelligence is good. I see some people are just watching. Just watching. Like Obamacare. Here to see how we believe in healthcare. Well, we believe in having mobile medical units like this. David says back here, mobile medical units. Hiring doctors directly. That would be pretty cool. 5 air. Huh. What happened to 1 air, 2 air, 3 air? Why 5 air? Changing that air in the upper atmosphere, maybe? Oh. Zika's no pregnancy warnings put Catholic teachings under pressure. That's interesting, deep down. Yeah, I do believe in that would be cool to do more soil restoration. I don't know if I'll have actual time to get to it, though. We'll see. You say Google search is over 1 billion people rely on Google search. I do believe that's true. Alright, I was going to go look back at the news, Google News. That's where I usually get my news from. See what's going on there. I don't want to talk about Bill Cosby or that. What? Wow. Senator Rand Paul and Rick Santorum are out. I can't believe Rand Paul just decides to walk. Whatever. All right. Pretty good. Less people to run against. North Korea's rocket plans are seen as disrespectful of China. North Korea's announcements of plans to launch a long-range market made during a visit to Pyongyang by a top Chinese envoy will likely be seen as yet another sign of gross disrespect toward its chief ally. And the Trans-Pacific Trans-Trade Partnership has been signed by the White House and also New Zealand as well.
They all want it. And it's going to impinge our freedoms. It creates more copyright problems. Copyright law in other countries is more restrictive than the U.S. copyright law, so it automatically makes U.S. copyright law lock in step with the regular international treaties that are out there. Not a good thing. I didn't know that Bernie could run. Really? Is Bernie able to run? Or because he's a pretty old guy, he could have a heart attack. Yeah, Bernie shouldn't be running. He should rest his weak ticker. Scientists in Germany switch on nuclear fusion experiment. I heard about that, yeah. And Zika's no pregnancy warnings put Catholic teachings under pressure. Well, I'm not really that concerned about it. What is Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders? How can they clash? They both agree on everything. How does a Democrat clash with another Democrat? They both act like, oh yes, we have to start taxing some more. Okay.
Well, 2 more candidates dropped out.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Hillary's got them all beat with all the money and corporate connections she has. She's a corporate crony. Hillary and Donald and Ted Cruz are all corporate cronies. So the American people have crony number 1, crony number 2, crony number 3 to choose from. And we don't even have a third party. I love Dave's old person voice. Well, thank you very much. Somebody said that I should start soliciting funds online and become, rapidly like all the other broadcasters trying to grab money. I find that kind of funny because I'm not that kind of a person. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here. I'm going to clear this up. A job plan for America. Oh, I have this thing going on too. Right in my name. Okay, great. So we're reviewing the news. We're talking about the leaked document that arrived. Anon managed to put a public or a private document. It was a public institution. It's NASA. So technically, NASA should have their entire operation public. And it's not like they're a top secret agency. We should all be allowed to see all the real pictures of the moon landing, the ones that they won't show us, where they have the rafters and the studio behind the rockets and everything. So we're processing that and the fact that there's been a lot of lies promoted by our government for many years, and they laughingly look at the American people as a bunch of idiots. And we're a little pissed off about that. So I'm processing the anger of having no political movement representing the American people still to this day. So you'll have to excuse me. I want to be at a town hall meeting too, but unfortunately I can only travel so far with my bulletproof outfit and $15,000 a day in security. It's not easy. So I can't exactly leave my safe location right here. Bernie doesn't have any leadership ability. Bernie is just a person who constantly complains and never can come up with any new ideas. Oh yeah. A doctor is saying that Sanders is in good health is like the pot calling the kettle black. Have you ever seen a doctor who's in good health? Really? You know that most doctors die of heart attacks at a young age? David, why don't you answer the question from the show as they are asked?
Wow. In Brazil?
I do. I'm answering all the questions that come into the show constantly.
In Brazil, most abortions are illegal.
Illegal in Brazil. You can't get an abortion.
Most of the time, except now, thanks to Zika virus, they're rethinking that policy.
So they may want to abort the children with microcephalia. Yeah, microcephaly. Microsoftly. Yeah, I always read the chat. Microsoft-like. I think I'm not really going to have children for that very same reason. That people are concerned about the Zika virus. I'm concerned about the financial cost of having a child with a shrunken head. You can only imagine the nightmare these families are going through right now, folks. Let's sink our heads into that nightmare. Zhoot. Oh my God, honey, what are we going to do? Oh, I don't know. What are we going to do? I don't know. Let's reenact what it's like to be a parent and find out that your child has got a terrible mutation. I'm not wearing a wig, man. It's just my hair. I mean, I can't even have hair now. Anyway, yeah, can you imagine? What are they going to do? How are they going to take care of this child? It may be a joy in that they have a child, but I mean, come on. I miss my white suit too. Pretend like this black suit's better. Bernie doesn't have the ability to come up with any plan of action. He doesn't have any new ideas. He doesn't have a plan like we just came up with our job plan. He doesn't have a way to create a homestead renewal plan, which will create housing, create shovel-ready jobs. I hate that word, shovel-ready jobs, because most of the people are going to be painting the walls of these houses. He doesn't have a plan to create a solar rooftop revolution. The guy is completely without any ideas. He's just an old socialist, Marxist, a crusty old Marxist like they've had. We've had so many of those people before. That's why I don't embrace socialism. We have a plan called hybrid capitalism, which is superior. We wrote this book, Hybrid Capitalism, to solve America's problems. It creates a loop in currency, so we don't have to tax you anymore. We can even reduce your tax to 10%, and if you make less than 100,000, you don't get taxed at all. His socialist agenda is to tax the working man to pay for the non-working man. You people should realize that doesn't work. It's a failure. In fact, every socialist economy relies on the printing of money to survive. Hybrid capitalism builds equity and solvency and can take this country into the future. We can get the government to run like a business and pay for itself as it goes. We don't need to have these corporate cronies, folks. Bernie has been a senator for how many years now? And has he accomplished anything? Hello, you Democrats need to wake up. You're the reason why we're in this slump right now, because you lie to yourselves thinking that, well, we'll just tax more and come up with more government jobs. Well, we've got government jobs, but we got it working to get a return on investment so that the government runs efficiently. Okay? You guys are really, really backward in your thinking if you're going to embrace a Marxist ideologue like Bernie. Okay? Plus, we all know Hillary is in charge. Didn't Hillary win the caucus? You people had a caucus, right? Didn't Hillary win? You don't have to answer that. Just remain inert.
I will remain inert. I don't know who won the caucuses.
Yeah, I didn't track the caucus. You know, is Slow on? Because it seems like Slow's on. Hang on. Last night, you know who stuck Slow on? Not you. They stuck it on over there. And they left Slow on the whole night, just to frustrate our viewers. Income inequality is the problem. I'm absolutely ready to address that. But my ideas in this party have been relatively squashed up to this point. I had an idea of a $2 million cap on personal income. Then I raised it to a $5 million cap. Every time I brought up caps on personal income, everybody freaked out. Maximum wage would be nice, yeah. You can't earn more than $2 to $5 million a year. Yeah, that would affect a lot of football players and basketball players and baseball players and soccer players. But my thing is I'm drifting away from socialism. I want the free market to work. But in order to make it work, we actually have to stop subsidizing too big to fail companies. And we have to give money directly into the American people's hands. So we came up with a way to solve both of these problems. We actually have a wonderful plan, a wonderful plan, where we will create an infrastructure bank and offer 2% loans to U.S. citizens, U.S. businesses, basically. And those businesses will have to pay a $15 minimum wage. This is a way around the minimum wage laws. So we don't have to change the Republicans and Democrats on their views. But we can push a plan where we incentivize businesses at 2% loans make it requirement that they give 15% minimum salaries per hour. $15 per hour, I'm sorry. We also have a plan, and remember, Bernie took forever to legalize pot in his mind. I've had this plan for 8 years. God, it's just not good when you're moving it, when I'm handling it.
Sorry,
if you don't, yeah, you got to see me. Hang on, guys. We'll be back in just a second. We've got a shared situation with a mouse. We've got 2 mice that we both control. And when it does this, it knocks us off the internet. Yeah. Here we are. We're back up. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. They're getting funky in the background. No, I wish we were. Yeah, I was handling the mouse at the same time that Sarah was handling the mouse. Okay, you got it. The mice. We've got dueling mice here. Let me show you.
1 computer, 2 mice.
1 computer, 2 mice. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, every single time you redistribute wealth, you reduce incentives. And every time somebody, a socialist, continues to say, well, we want to cap personal income, everybody's at the low end who doesn't have any money says, no, don't, no, please, no. Even though they're not making $20,000 a year, they don't want anybody capped at $5 million. So if I could convince Sarah to cap at $5 million, you definitely have a team here that could work together, but we can't work together. She doesn't want to go with any caps on personal income. That's just me against her vision for the future. All right? So don't think for a second I haven't, pushed for caps on personal income. I have.
Well, I wouldn't do a cap on personal income, but I would consider a cap on inheritance. What about that?
I wouldn't. You see, I go against the death taxes and inheritance tax caps.
Wait. You want to stop people from actually going out and making money with their own labor, but if they get it from mommy and daddy, get billions and trillions and quadrillion dollars.
See, that's where we differ. We differ on both. Yeah, we differ on both of these issues. I cannot get her. I said I wasn't going to budge on an inheritance tax, and she said she's not going to budge on a income cap. So it's a compromise. It's a Mexican standoff we have here. Yeah, we got to drop these things out of here.
Yeah, drop them all.
Right. Yeah, so we're not going to be able to in any way compromise on that issue.
Well, I didn't say I wanted no one to get an inheritance.
No, I don't want any. I don't want any death taxes. I'm sorry.
I'm willing to negotiate by having it as a cap. Wait, you want to put an income tax cap at $5 million, but what about? Why wouldn't you want to have a inheritance cap of how much people can inherit?
Well, if I did set up an inheritance cap of say $5 million or $20 million, right. If I did make that concession, then I'm going to seize all of the assets of Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and Larry Page and Jeff Bezos.
Well, when they die.
No, not when they die. Because in order for me to actually push for an inheritance cap, because all the people that are working at the low level, busting their butt in this society so they give their family something, and I know people out there who are trying desperately to leave a legacy, I'm not going to stand and turn my back on them and watch people like Mark Zuckerberg and David Rockefeller inherit tons and tons of money and bypass your inheritance caps, transfer their savings while they're alive, and boom, you've got yourself mega billionaires repeating like the Trump family. Okay, I'd love to levy a cap on his assets. I really would, on Bill Gates' assets. I'd love to say, yeah, forget it. You can't have $10 trillion. Sorry, we won't allow anybody over $1 trillion in our nation. And if you are living in our nation with over $1 trillion, we'll seize everything above that. Now that's pure socialism. Now, if you're willing to go cap the hard-working income that people want to pass off in their final days on this earth, that they worked their butt off their entire life to pass on to their family, and you're not willing to cut the salaries of the families as they go. I mean, Bottom line is, we have got to make sure, if we're going to make any socialist move like that, we've got to be on the same page. The American people, I don't mean it's just Sarah and I mean everybody.
I don't think anyone's going to be on the same page.
So you really... No, let me get this clear. You really are protecting the right of Bill Gates to have $57 billion and Donald Trump to have $11 billion or $10 billion? You're protecting their right? You care more about their right than you do the people that work their ass off for $20 million or $10 million so they can pass it on to their family? Seriously. You're willing to throw all those people that work their ass off to pay for a legacy to pass on to their family in favor of helping Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates out. Wow. See what I mean? It goes both ways. You can take this argument around in circles. All the time you're dealing with a complete socialist nightmare.
Right.
And I'll put that in quotes. Socialist nightmare.
Anything would be bad.
Exactly. So I've avoided this discussion. I've avoided the socialist nightmare, and I haven't talked about any of that for the past 7 years.
Yeah.
So let's get back to where we were, okay? Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I support capitalism. And that's why I'm not throwing capitalism under the bus like Bernie Sanders. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's be clear. You support Xanax? You support sedatives? Okay, whatever. Well, NASA, let's deal with American departments. Department of NASA, NOAA, USDA, FDA, EPA. Let's deal with the corrupt departments. Let's take that on. Let's not take on personal income, personal assets, or debt, or a death tax. Okay? Because I think that's really off limits. Even though we're in a very, thank you, we're in a very hot discussion here. I want you to know that it's hard earned. I fight for my position, and I am not about to stand there and watch mega billionaires trounce around thinking that they're above the law and using their power, wielding it in American politics, pushing for eugenics and vaccinations like Bill Gates is doing. I'll pull the very equity he has right from under him if I had an opportunity to do that, because he didn't deserve it. Most of that money came from government contracts that you, the American taxpayer, has paid for indirectly over the past 20 to 30 years. Same with Google. Google has been built on the backbone of borrowing money and taking huge government grants and loans from companies like In-Q-Tel, which is a shell corporation for DARPA. You know, I'm not going to sit back and stand here and defend this capitalist nightmare, but I do believe we can make modifications without going deep into a socialist model. All right? We'd love to do a reading from the book. We're waiting for the price to go down so you can get a next to free download. We're shooting for what could be almost $1 in download cost. We weren't able to pull off the free download because apparently they don't offer their services for free. Kindle. Gaddafi actually offered all of his people $695. Each citizen in Libya got $695 during 2009. America didn't get anything. We didn't get any money at all from any of our financial institutions. Nobody got anything. If you got unemployment insurance for all those years under those 99 weeks under Obama, you were one of the lucky. There were quite a few people that got $45,000 cumulatively in unemployment insurance. Well, I believe that the megalomaniacal billionaires like Trump and others are the problem. And believe me, I'd be running with that serious plan to equalize the income in this country and distribute it if Sarah didn't have such a strong view on caps on personal income and pushing for an inheritance tax. So.
Well, I only even brought up the inheritance tax because you were talking about the other issue.
I do understand capitalism. We've been living in a socialist nightmare already to this day. We are in a socialist nightmare. Our country is currently under socialist attack. We're living the nightmare of socialism right now. Subsidized businesses that barely survive. Most of the people right now in middle management are going to be cut in the next 5 years because companies are shutting down internally. Our entire business operation is being shut down by the socialist model. You're seeing the death of American capitalism right now because of socialism. I don't believe it's fake capitalism or faux capitalism, no. Reading will become irrelevant once computers make an interface. Basically, our life will become more like Humpty Dumpty as we move forward. The question will be, will we want to be Humpty Dumpty, or do we want to be active and creative? And the question humanity will face is, are we ready to step into the third wave and start this? Why would I register for users? I want to allow anybody to talk right now. I don't want to stop anybody. Registered users are not the only ones that can talk here. I wouldn't subsidize co-ops and nonprofits. No, not at all. In fact, nonprofits should pay their fare of a flat tax, 10%, on anything over 100,000. Look at United Way, for instance. Or no, better yet, look at the Wounded Warriors Foundation that is now collecting millions of dollars, gotten over $330 million in donations. And now it's spending it all out in administrative costs, like United Way. Wounded Warriors look like a good thing, but as all good things, nonprofits turn into something horrid, contaminated by these fundraiser junkies, the professional fundraiser community. And those people are everywhere in the Democratic Party. They are living, breathing socialist nightmare people, walking around sucking off of every donation that comes into a nonprofit organization. The reason why the socialist nightmare is going to continue until we step in with a hybrid capitalist solution is they have endless printed money to deal with. If I handed you an empty credit card and said, hey, there's no limit, you just go ahead and spend, what would you do?
I would have doctors for people. I would have housing for people. I would have a great education system. People would be able to learn what they wanted to learn. People would be able to feel like they're productive members of society.
Why don't you just give them all a check like Finland's doing? Yeah. Just give everybody a check for $30,000 a year.
Well, instead we're spending money on the F-35. That's such great.
That's got to go too.
Yeah. Exactly.
Thanks for helping out.
Take care.
Take care.
And it's your campaign. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, well,
because I disagree with you doesn't mean it's a bad thing.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not. I would cap the crap out of. I would seize Bill Gates' assets and give him about $1 billion back. I would seize the assets of every single billionaire in our country if I had my way. But because I don't have my way, I've got the restraints of somebody who wants to, tax inheritances of all things. What are you going to do? So yeah, we're not going to seize assets. We're not going to push for socialist solutions like that. That's a bad move. I'm using Sarah's position as a tethering me down to reality, helping me realize that I don't want to jeopardize what good aspects there are in capitalism. And when people hear about capped salaries and capped anything, even inheritance taxes, people go, no, not a good thing. My thoughts on Israel, they're going to do a conventional strike against Iran any day now. Harry, it's just a question of when, not if. Iran will probably be ripped apart using conventional bunker-busting weapons prior to their final assembly of a nuclear-tipped missile. Yeah, I am using Sarah's position as a tether because there's no other way. How do you feel about 27-year-old women in your lap? I don't feel anything. I'm not interested in other women, but thank you. Well, the left movement, as you know, because I was a Democrat for 30 years, is alive and well in America. The problem is you voted for the wrong guy. The problem is Obama gave too many gifts and bonuses to big corporate executives. Remember that $500,000 salary limit he put on all TARP 1 and TARP 2 funds? A man to beat you by 1 year. That's right. Lot. No, my hair is real. Can you not see? You know, Luca, thank you so much, but don't use the STFU vernacular. It bothers me. You know, you show a little more respect. I'll tell you, I get no respect. Take my wife, for example.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Can't stop.
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
So how are we going to pay for all these great ideas we want to come up with to save the nation? Well, we came up with a great idea called Renewable Energy Savings Bonds.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year,
that have a 4% yield.
Spawn High. America's Third Party.
Yeah.
Spawn High for president.
I thought I'd increase the speed. All I can think about is third party.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we made it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder, then head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner. Piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop. We can't stop.
Can't stop. Can't stop.
Can't stop. We won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
So we want to thank the public information about NASA. Thank you.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night.
A lot of reveals about weather modification came in through various sources. We know now what they're doing to the atmosphere we're breathing.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Spawn High. America's Third Party.
Let's push it, everybody. Am I pregnant? Hell no. I'm built like a rock. Or Iran, however you look at it. All right, so we
can't stop.
We can't stop supporting legalization of marijuana. That's a big selling feature for a third party. I have to slow this down. It's gotten out of control. Hang on. Yeah. Let's slow it down easily. Slowly. Slow it down. There you go. There you go. Okay. No, I'm not out of breath. I'm just dealing with a situation I've got here. Thank you. If I was out of breath, I'd be panting. No, she just doesn't like me when I disagree with her. I mean, how can I possibly agree that we're going to have death taxes and inheritance taxes? I mean, that's what the Democrats would do. Hey. Hey. Okay, don't call me names. That's demoralization. We won't allow that, Big Jim. So if somebody wants a 4% yield on their investment, we'll give them an opportunity to get money back immediately. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, say we invest in a hempoline production plant at our national composting operation. And people came to us with lots of leaves, and we melted them down, made hemp. Maybe we'd made even refined cannabis, something the country would benefit from. Yeah, we can talk about microloans too. Yeah. Really? Yeah. You know who would agree with you and ride you at the same time? Lot Lizard, what are you talking about? Yeah, you're really in a new world all your own, man. I mean, you're making up stuff as you go along. Okay. Well, obviously, we need a stimulus to the economy. So we came up with a bunch of ideas to use the renewable energy savings bonds money to fix, like a solar rooftop program where people can have solar rooftops in our houses. And that would get money back because it would immediately start creating energy, which makes money instantly. So we can guarantee a 4% yield because the energy coming from that is actually really good. And it's good to make money back. We're not making any money back in the government right now. You know that, right? It's simply borrowing money as it goes. Dart like soda. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to make money. You know that new tactical flashlight that Mad Dog sent me? Or sent Sarah, I should say? I'd show it to you, but it's in the other room. It was a gift for Sarah because her birthday's coming up in a couple days. And it's one of the biggest sellers in the country right now. It's a really cool tactical U.S. military flashlight, LED flashlight with a zoom capability. It's selling like hotcakes. So there's a lot of things that can still go viral and make money in our economy. But we cannot sit back and watch other nations capitalize on our production cycle or our country allowing our businesses to go overseas with their labor all the time. And in that way, Donald Trump has galvanized a lot of people to believe that we're going to be able to implement a tariff on China. Well, my tariff idea that I came up with 7 years before he came up with his idea of 15% on imports from any country which meet and comply, or don't comply rather, with our environmental standards, they'd be charged a 15% tariff. That idea is actually way more viable in this economy than to push for a heavy-duty 30% tariff. And there's even he's talked about 45% tariff, although Trump denies it. There was rumored that he talked about it at the New York Times briefing meeting. Either way, doesn't matter. My idea of 15% is way better. And that tariff will make sense because it will prevent human rights abuses and will help to deal with the cradle-to-grave survivability of our nation. Every product that gets born cradle has got to find a place that's disposed of safely where we don't affect the economy and the environment at the same time. No. Don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm trying to keep my browser at minimum. So I'm going to grab it and bring it up with an alternate browser. The world is twisted. Y'all don't understand. You're a programmer. You're educated and in this field. Okay, Luca, you're a programmer. Hang on there, Luca. Luca's a programmer, so he's going to help us, or he's going to help us. Are you a woman, Luca, or are you a dude? Or are you transgender? My name is Luca. I don't want to look at your profile. I don't want to waste my time. Okay, so you're a male. Okay. And you're a programmer. All right. Use your words, Luca. Speak slowly and clearly. They got to capitalize on software and military because that's all you guys are, a military state. Okay, Luca, you're living outside of our country. I mean, you can't get in the market. Best solar systems from China. They beat you at it. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, Luca, you're not so smart. Yeah, Luca, you have no knowledge of the new hydrogen ion silicate slicing that they've found. Yeah, they can now slice silicate so very small that it saves 40% on the use of the silicate, saving price on silicon plano. Yeah. Sorry to say, but your ideas are antiquated. You need to get forward thinking there, Luca. Yeah, you're already too late. Well, let's be clear. I've got a couple of links here I'm trying to bring into the show. Obama decrees inexcusable political rhetoric, Muslims mosque visit. Oh yeah, I heard about that. He said we're all Muslim Americans, right? Isn't that what he said? Obama made this brash statement today. Well, let's be clear. We're all Muslim Americans. Yeah, he's so off the grid. Why did you guys vote for this liar? Don't you realize it's all your fault while the country's screwed up? You're to blame. That's okay. I'm not going to hold it against you, though. President Obama made his first visit at the U.S. mosque today since being elected president, and he tried to reassure American Muslims that religious discrimination and harassment would not be tolerated. He didn't talk about Trump by name, but he says Obama did refer to the controversial proposal by Trump to ban Muslims from entering the country. Yeah, we've seen too often people conflating the heroic acts of terrorism with the beliefs of an entire faith. You know, in that way, I'm definitely leaning toward the center, if not leaning to the left on the issue of Muslims. I personally don't want refugees in this country, so that kind of trumps Donald Trump's attack on Muslims. But personally, I believe in American freedom and the freedom of speech guaranteed under our Constitution, which ensures that everyone has their own right to personal belief and religion. Thank you. Yeah, you are wasting your time, Luca. You're drunk. You need to get out of drinking and stop your ridiculous nonsense. You need to move forward. American solar panels will undercut the Chinese market in about 10 years. We're going to blow them away. You see, there's a thing called mass production, and mass production trumps cheap labor. It's just a matter of time before we mass produce all of the solar panels so that we can beat the Chinese at hiring people for $1 a day and killing off their environment. All right? All right. Well, since you're successful, there's a lot of functioning alcoholics, Luca. Don't worry. You're not the only one. I have a family of functioning alcoholics. Everybody I know in my family are all working hard as alcoholics. It's kind of amazing. Oh, you're my family member? I figured you were. Yeah. I am not high. I would like to stay low, like down here. But I can talk like this too. Oh no, it's me, Mr. Bill. Or I can talk really low. Yeah, I'm a pretty low guy. All right, so let's try to use our vocal cords, shall we? Yeah. See, I told you, totally wrecked. Jim, you're out of here. You've been banned. Yeah, so just relax, man. Luca, you're very, very derogatory, and your ban warning is now in effect. Dave without a coffee is a sight you'll never see. You're right. I've got backup coffee left and right. I could offer people in the public coffee enemas. I've got so much coffee. But I'm not going to. It's illegal. Coffee colonics is highly dangerous to your body. My job is to inform you what an idiot you are. And I think I've done a pretty good job. No, I don't have any vibrating butt plug. Watch the dancing ball. No, coffee is not illegal, but coffee enemas should be. I don't know. Do you know any place you can get a good coffee enema legally? Just off the top of your head? Anybody? No, you don't, do you? Your mom's house? And that's sacrilege. How can you speak about your mom that way, man? Amanda's hanging out. Yeah, she's wondering where this, this force is in her life. She's looking for this type of verve in the men she dates. She can't understand why most of the men she meets are robotic in nature. Well, let's be clear. That's right. You got a living, breathing, firing, intense man talking to you right now in real time. You don't get that in your robotized Barack Obama world. You get a poster child of, well, let's be clear. We're going to just say whatever the teleprompter says, and we'll be 6 months before we actually respond to your question. Right now, Michelle is filleting Michelle is doing some filleting in the chef area. Yes. Do I think the picture is real? Of course it's real. Why would they have scars on his head if they didn't have a real chip in his head? Don't you know nothing, May? Yeah, I don't know that. Filleting, not filleting. You misinterpreted me. There you go with that nasty thinking again. I told you about that. You need to pray against that. Do I think he has a chip in his head? I know he's got a chip in his head. Well, let's be clear. That surgery mark in the back of his head is as obvious as a zit in my forehead. Or the 2 zits in my forehead. I had 2 zits in my forehead at one time in my life. You probably see them right here, and here. And I didn't go for cosmetic surgery because I have a feeling that I am right on the verge of creating a third eye. Now, what they had to do is they had to form an incision in the back of his head. And then they pulled off the back of his head. And then they installed the prosthesis. Yeah, you didn't know that the president was chipped? He's almost completely robotic. That's why he's so stiff. And he can do simple procedures over and over again. Well, let's be clear. Yeah. You didn't realize that? Yeah. This is a top neurosurgeon has verified the chipping. Anyway, I don't want to draw you more than one picture, but I do want to tell you what would be kind of cool is if I had like greater vision. So I was thinking of actually installing an intelligent eye in my head. And I could be like a cyborg. All right, we're done here. I don't want any kind of modification to my body parts. I'm pretty well endowed, so oh, sorry, I should have mentioned that. I don't really want anything, any additional body part action. Thank you. I would not allow a chip in my head. No way. I would be willing to have a weekly, let's say a monthly brain scan with all the records uploaded to 12 different servers internationally. So they couldn't possibly chip me in any way. My whole body, in fact, will have a thermoscan done to make sure that no one actually sees any chip or controls me in any way. You cannot control me. You are of an inferior design. I was on the networks. I was kicked out. I was blacklisted from Hollywood. Yep. I got a big chip on my head. On my shoulders there. It's called my head. Let's take a look at this recent link from God knows what. Quantum Magazine. Scientists are debating the signatures of alien life. I'm telling you, we have more to fear from transhumanism than from aliens. This is another diversion. See? They're constantly pushing this propaganda, talking about aliens. I bring up the chip in his head. I didn't do cocaine. Yeah, you're not allowed to actually work in Hollywood if you're not a cocaine addict. You didn't know that? Sorry to be the one to break it to you. Yeah, it's true. She's having a monthly experience, Paul. Yeah, Paul, you're kind of ruining all you VIPs are kind of bumming out all of the people who are not VIP right now. Yeah. Is this a VIP attack? Yeah, I know. We're having see how I hate the segregation going on in here? I know. Amanda you can't help it. Somebody gifted you that, right? Somebody gifted you the VIP status. This is textbook paranoia. It is. On your part, Meow TV. And Chemtrail Cowboys feeling segregated, yeah. We got a link on Burns, Oregon. New must-watch, the Lavoy Finnegan takedown, shot by shot. This looks good. Let's watch this. Excuse me, but I have to remove my robot. Thanks for that link. Finally, something of credible value tonight. Thank you. Shot by shot. Boom. I'm going to slow this down. Let me start it up at the top. Okay, we all know what happened, but we don't really know what happened. The following was constructed from the eyewitness reports. The official story claimed this was a traffic stop. Each shooter will be identified with a blue number. Okay, here we go. Hands up. Number 1 shoots him. He got shot there. Clutches side after being shot. See that? 2, shoots him again. 3, shot in the back. fifth and fatal shot to the head. Whoa. Sixth shot. They just literally ambushed him. Seventh shot. He's down the ground. Whoa. This is great. Thank you very much, Scissor Fight. Well, Paul, if you want to make a donation, you certainly can. We don't support people leeching off the system and welfare. This is it again. Boom. He gets shot in the side. He clutches. He puts his hand up. He's getting hit in multiple directions. Why would a right-handed man keep a gun in his left pocket? He's not reaching for his gun. See, it's on his right side. This is a classic military-style L-shaped ambush. Armed brigade, shooters on the high ground. Oh, yeah. Murder! All right, we got a murderer that we have to see as processed by our government, and they're not doing anything. It looked weird. Yeah. Yeah, regarding Mark, 253, guest 253 says, I support people making some money, but not greed. Exactly, guest 253, thank you. Many people are having a reaction from this VIP thing that Mark rolled out a couple months ago. It's not something that people really are happy about, and I have no ability to change it. I just have to use the free servers that they offer me. Yeah, I wish I had some ability to change it, but you know, it is very costly to construct these free servers. So he is bearing some cost. It's Twitch on Turbo. It's turbocharged Twitch. Really? Have you read the code? I don't think you can get a hold of the code. I think it's buried in the Swift files. I don't believe that the code is available. Are you you're a programmer, right, Luca? Well, let's be clear. Well, I'm not here to defend or attack Mark Vaughn for running a network. Yeah. Well, all source code is hidden, Luca, in Swift files. If you have access to them, then you can read them. But the source code on this show won't tell you how it works. I'm not using ASP, should I be? Most code isn't hidden, right? Swift, no, not Swift. Luca, you don't write code, do you? You don't even know what I'm talking about. ASP is crap. Bangalitis doesn't know AC from DC. He knows he's not bisexual, though. Your name is Luca. You're not even a programmer. And 253 is curious about Von Live's financial statements. Well, you know, Von Live lives in a world of Dukes of Hazzard. Okay, I'll play that after the show. Action. Yeah, you killed the vibe. Paul, I'm not telling you to not support the VIP program. I'm just saying there's no way. I'm just saying the whole VIP thing segregates our show. It makes a lot of people feel like, oh, well, we don't qualify because we didn't pay into the system. That's all it does. And that's all elitism does. That's why Donald Trump and Ted Cruz won't win the election coming up in the upcoming year. They may have their Tea Party enclave who supports the Ted Cruz group, who obviously doesn't know that he's sucking off the corporate tit of Goldman Sachs. But Donald Trump's private plane made an emergency landing in Nashville.
Is that I'm very...
I don't really care. Thank you. Engine problems, private planes happen all the time. That's not the news. I hear you. I'm like VHS, keeping it old school, man. I'm trying to drive more people in. You know, every single problem that's occurred in the internet has come from monetization. It's not that people don't love to use free programs that roll out because Google is supported by the government. You didn't know that, did you? It's not because people don't like free. People love free. Why do you think free works? So if you guys ever run into problems with your capacity servers, you can always just go directly to AmericasThirdParty.com, and you can check out our alternate chat shows. Now, as the area that we're watching gets more and more active and more people come in, we're going to need more spill off. And if we keep facing the same capacity server issue that Vaughn is putting out, a lot of people who are supporters of me are getting pissed off because they're listening to full servers all the time. Yeah, and this is not really helping the vibe here. So yeah, we already have a system in place at America's Third Party. We have a backup chat room which you can go right to in the middle of the show. Well, that's fine, Luca, but I care. That's not true. People are driven to come see my show. No, this is one of the best shows on the internet. I've got numerous people saying good things about it. Yep. You use the site. A lot of people use Vaughn sites, but what we've got going right now is, number one, a poster that you can actually download. Takes all of a second to right-click and save as, and stick that JPEG in a place you can draw from and send an email to your local Office Max. And you can print this sign up for something like this for $1, or something twice as big, 11 by 17, for $2. For $2. For $2. For $2. Okay, and our website has a chat room over here and a chat room down below, which is the chat room you're currently in. And then we've got an alternate chat room anybody can type in right here. And this is an IRC chat room. You can call yourself Dave's Fan. And go start. All right? Now, this is one way you can get in and talk on our chat room. Because I monitor America's Third Party. That's right. You join a channel and you'll be Dave's Fan in the middle of the channel. This is just if there's a problem with too much capacity and you can't get into our show, Dave's Fan has joined. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. See that? I'm the only person chatting there, but I mean, seriously, we created a spillover area on our main site because we saw this as a problem. I don't mind using a little IRC meow. It's still functional. I am here and chatting. Yeah. What do you think the backbone? We're being broadcast in 3 different networks and multicast across the globe. I'm here chatting, you know? So you get the drift. Just want to tell you about it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you realized it. No, I don't track IP addresses at all. Thank you, David Ding. The Alpha Geek uses IRC all the time. So what we've got going here is great at Vaughn. And I thank Mark for doing this, but when he started hitting every one of my supporters, and I've got thousands of supporters, by the way, that come in and out. We don't have a donate button for the stream because basically we don't believe we can take donations from just anybody. If you go to the top of the Vaughn page, you'll see the donate button in our bio section. And if you are a U.S. citizen, you can donate. Yeah, I'm just telling you. I don't want to solicit Vaughn to do my donations because I don't want to pay a middleman and I don't want anyone without any oversight. There's a PayPal link, that's right. But if I were to use Vaughn's network for donations, it would be different. And it would be routed through him. And I don't want to give him my personal data. You think I'm going to give Mark Vaughn my social security number? That's what they want over at GoFundMe, you know. GoFundMe and a couple other places want your social security number, even if you're running a separate business. Yeah, it might not be too costly. I've got a tech guy, who's talking about installing an XMPP chat server. But we're using this temporarily. Okay, thanks, David. And I don't mind chatting in other chat rooms if necessary, if we have a backup problem. Yeah, you're not supposed to give out your Social Security number, but in order to collect donations, every institution out there is required now. Have you heard of the newest, it's kind of an operation the government has initiated. It's called Operation Choke Point. And Operation Choke Point is an effort to get anybody who's trading in the gold and silver markets to come up with their SOCH and an authentication of the actual transaction. Coin dealers are starting to ask for this. So the government is involved in this. It's called Operation Choke Point, and it's been put together. I don't pay Vaughn to stream, no. But at the same time, we're expecting Vaughn to offer what Twitch is offering, or what any number of competitive venues offer for free. I have over 800 viewers right now. I'm on 3 different networks. I'm not just on Vaughn, guys. I don't talk about the other networks, but I'm on 3 separate networks right now broadcasting. And people are multicasting this signal. So don't think for a second we haven't grown from where we were in Blog TV days. But remember, Blog TV was actually padded heavily. I have never come up with a scheme of any sort to fund myself. I've never had a single donation go into my personal bank account. Everything is published, and everything is published with the FEC.gov quarterly. All of our transactions, any money that we get as a donation, and any money we pay out is sent in every quarter religiously. Paul, you're going to be the first on my ban list. Yeah, we're going to get rid of you. I didn't want to have to ban VIP members, but we're going to continue to ban VIP members that act like a bunch of snobs who don't understand how separatist and segregationist this whole operation is. I support myself. I'm not corrupt. Thank you, 949. Paul's gone. We eliminated Paul from the show. Luca, you're about ready to go too? Okay. You had your warning. Bye, Luca. Okay. Paul Blarthloth. I don't know a Paul Begley. Okay, we just cleared the room of a lot of assholes who are elitist, who think that they're so wonderful, and they probably secretly support that corporate pig called Donald Trump. Yeah. Adam, thank you. You're on the ban list now too. Don't restate demoralization. I will continue to ban all night long. I have no problem with it. I know, you people in New Zealand are fighting an incredibly socialistic soft tyranny run by England. We've had a lot of haters. Everyone hates anybody who's supported by so many people. We need to stand up against corporations, for sure, yeah. Luca lives upstairs. What do you mean upstairs? I don't live in a slum or a tenement. Luca lives in a tenement? No, I have never expressed any anger at anybody. Only people that try to demoralize the show are going to be banned. Yeah, you should keep quiet right now, 437, because right now anybody who's not showing a focus on issues and is trying to demoralize me will be banned. Again, that's a pretty thick statement you just made there. I don't support any of those people. In case you're asking, I'm running for president against the two-party corruption. I got to tell you, we just exposed the entire bottom line of a disaster, a NASA leaked document. That's demoralization. I don't allow that here. A NASA leaked document is going to you're about ready to hear some incredibly weird stuff. These are real stories coming off of the leak that happened. Let me show you what they are. So if cloud seeding, geoengineering, and weather modification are all publicly acknowledged as real, why are chemtrails discredited when it's literally the same exact thing with a different name? Well, if you acknowledge that cloud seeding, geoengineering, weather modification is real and know that our government is corrupt and does illegal things in the dark without congressional approval all the time, then why is the theory of chemtrails so hard to believe? Everyone knows that the aviation company Evergreen Air is a CIA-owned asset and is involved in such activities. Just like 911, there are piles of evidence that provide these conspiracies are very real. This is from a NASA internal document. And you guys have no idea. I have a frozen screen. Evergreen Airlines. Now, I do not look a bit like Donald Trump. I'm way better looking. No, you guys have been led in the dark, and I'm trying to help you realize that weather modification is really seriously going on, and you don't even know. Sounds a little quiet, yeah. Thanks. It's my cute hairdo. Look at that. You know that's Andrew Getty? Yeah. You know who he is, right? He's the guy that bled out from his rectum, who had $2 billion. I would not qualify for CNN. CNN is controlled by the CIA, and I don't work for the CIA. Good morning, Carolyn. That was Andrew Getty, who died bleeding out at the rectum with $2 billion in the bank. Wouldn't you like to know? Lie Deasy, do you work for the LA County Homicide Division? Because they never investigated. No one really investigated why a guy who's worth $2 billion didn't go to a doctor and was bleeding out at the rectum. And it was right in the middle of a divorce with his wife, and he actually had a restraining order out against his wife. But no, bleeding out at the rectum is a normal thing that happens with people with $2 billion. I knew you'd come up with that because that's all you think about all the time. I'm not a controlled shill. In fact, I would be in the mainstream media mentioned once in 7 years if I was a controlled shill. Do you have a brain? Do you want to apply your brain for a second? It might help. No, I put myself, I don't fly, so I'm on my own no-fly list. I'm not on any no-fly list, though. I knew you'd like that. But yeah, he bled out at the rectum and nobody cared. He had $2 billion, and you're acting like the government's all honest and everything. Really? Yeah. Carolyn was waiting to get a hospital appointment. She was bleeding out from the womb. They don't even care. They don't even care. Our hospital system is so screwed up, they couldn't even save Andrew. Andrew Getty was, basically dead DOA. Yeah. That's not funny, 642. Don't laugh when somebody says they bled from their womb. That's not funny. Are you a sociopath? No, I don't want to fly because all the flights are controlled by a particular chip, which has access from outside of the plane. The QSR-11 chip is the navigational think tank that can be tracked and controlled with radio frequency beams, proton beams. Where do you think MH370 went? It just kind of dumped out in the middle of the ocean. No, my ideas were original. Donald Trump borrowed all of my ideas. Every one of my 1,000-mile fence idea I came up with in 2007, 2008 was copied by him and Michelle Bachmann. My tariff on China was copied by him, and he doubled the amount. Well, he should be sinking because basically he got everything wrong. He started misrepresenting my position. I don't want refugees in the country. He doesn't want Muslims. You see, he blew it when he started naming the specific races of people he didn't want in the country. Oh, Donald, I'm sure knows about me. I'm waiting for a phone call as soon as they purge him out of the Republican Party. It'll be a great call too. It'll be, "Hello, David. Yes, this is Donald. I've heard some bad things about what you've been saying about me." I'm sorry, Donald. I didn't mean to call you corporate pig. I know a lot of your jerk-off supporters who have no brain in their head don't realize that your ideas were taken from me. Yeah, but bear in mind, just because their IQ is below 100, people like us, with IQs slightly above 100, like yours, Donald, will help those people who don't have intelligence. Okay? Thanks. Look forward to hearing from you again. Take care. Bye. Oh, we got a threat from Aoni. Yeah, threatening to hurt me with Trump. Wow. That is sick. Anybody who says bleeding from the womb is funny is sick. No, I'm not sure, Hard Issues. Have you already given up on me for 2016? Because you sound like a real idiot. In case you didn't know, you still have a chance to get me on the ballot in your state. I don't have a landline. No, I have a landline. Okay, I took care of that scumbag. Wow. Did you see the way he used Trump to threaten me? I couldn't believe it. I don't have shifty eyes. I'm reading from the chat. If you'd like, I'll just focus on you. And then I won't be able to see the chat unless I put it really high up. Yeah, why do people resist letting anybody who's an average American get into politics? They're brain dead. They're all propagandized. Predictive programming has been rolling along so well that the government's so happy that you're idiots that even if they have a leak from NASA by hackers telling the specifics about how they have total control of your brain, it's just so funny. I mean, I'd like to laugh, but it's sick. The issue of geoengineering and genetic modifications are extremely interrelated. Here is a patent titled Stress-Tolerant Plants, and they're trying to put as much glyphosate into the population as they can to kill off the population. It's owned by Monsanto. Yeah. Since organic plants can't grow in harsh environments like GMOs, they are forced to use Monsanto's seeds. However, these are terminator seeds, which mean they don't reproduce any usable seeds for the farmers. They have to keep buying more. So no more independent farming, and Monsanto controls the majority of the food supply through the farmers. There you go. Geoengineering kills normal crops. Monsanto makes resistant crops. No more independent. This is all from NASA's internal document. Then they talk about the Hegelian dialectic and how they create a problem that only they can solve. Oh yeah. They're not fooling around, folks. This is serious. So when these guys did this work and made this public, highly toxic soil environments can't grow organic food, so they need GMO seeds that are resistant but contain glyphosate, a known endocrine disruptor. Endocrine disruptors can cause organ and neurological damage. That's why you're starting to feel a little dumb. Roundup and GMOs have shown liver and kidney damage and abnormal behavior in rat studies. Yep, we all know about tumors in rats. I'm trying to help all of you. You know that. I don't move my head profusely. That's just a lie. I can't drop the link, but I can give you the original document. That particular thing was pulled from the paste bin that they made public. Many of you don't realize that we're dealing with a lot of haters that are working actually for the government, believe it or not. A lot of people are paid to come in and attack shows like this. They want to get rid of me in the worst way. They cannot stand an American using freedom of speech and freedom of the internet. They hate it. I bring it to town. Not really relevant hard issues. No, light easy. Porn should be a right, not a privilege. I am the greatest. Yes, I am. You know, I wouldn't doubt the United Blood Service is already transferring the Zika virus in all of the blood banks that are unnecessary. You know that Red Cross killed over 384 hemophiliacs during the original AIDS breakout? Thank you, Amanda. Porn should be a right. Absolutely. The right to freely have sex on camera. So when you guys think about voting for Ted Cruz and getting America back to original values, and go ahead and vote for the Canadian with roots and not with the KGB and Russia. Yeah. Make a Canadian. You've already picked a Kenyan as president. Why wouldn't you just pick a Canadian with roots with Russia? Yeah. I mean, if anyone's to blame for America right now, it's the stupidity of the American voter. Yes, we can. We have that on tap.
And we won't stop, we're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, 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 and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Spawn, America's Third Party.
For president.
Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Underrated, but we make it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. Beats banging harder than head-on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions, causing double visions. If you ain't up to speed, you need to speed it up, partner. Piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance.
All right, yeah, let's have some fun. What do you say? Yeah, don't buy the illusion of freedom.
Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Let's go for something new. Not the old-fashioned socialist ways of Bernie Sanders.
In this coming election,
I hate that.
please vote for David Spawn.
Please vote. That's right. Write my name in. We've got new ideas in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. All right.
We can't stop and we won't stop.
But we will stop this song right this second. Yes. David, what are you going to do to participate in the debates? Absolutely nothing. I'm going to sit back and wait for them to come to me. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. You know, the operators are standing by for the networks to call me and say, hey, David, we realize we don't have anybody with great ideas. Could we please get you in the show? And I'll say, no. Until you come to me begging and apologizing, will I give you an interview? Well, one of the things I want to do is get exercise bicycles. Exercise your bicycles. Exercisers. They're kinetic generators that every school in America can have. And we could even put them in gyms where they actually put energy back in the system, and the electric bill is less for that gym when we bring it in. Let me show you what I'm talking about. These things do exist. This technology is definitely possible. I love you too, man. I don't know you, but I love you. This is nirvana. If you have reached nirvana, this is the equivalent of nirvana, what I'm about to show you. A way to save money on your electric bill, a way to bring all kinds of solutions back to communities with electric generation. Thank you for sending me a funny song. This is going to create energy. We're going to build the building block of energy using your exercise. Now, what I'm about to show you may be a little shocking. I know many of you have not worked out in a long time. I realize that working out is kind of like a bad word to a lot of people, but we'll make this fun. Every one of these things, these Stairmasters and things like this can be hooked up. These are electric generator Stairmasters. They actually power up the electric system. So you use your kinetic energy. You use your kinetic energy like a treadmill to create energy. So this is better than just hanging out and having sex. You can't monetize that. In fact, technically having sex is going to cost you money. Especially if you have a child. It's pretty expensive. Yeah, and even the condoms are getting expensive, if you notice. So if you just stopped having sex and worked out, you'd be thinner, and you'd be able to put energy back in the system. Why? You haven't had sex, I guess. You must be jealous. I'm sure many of you are suffering from extreme masochism. I don't really cater to your needs. I'm not a dominatrix or something like that. So you got the wrong guy here. Absolutely no. If you haven't tried sex before, I don't recommend trying it. It could be very addicting. Yeah, sex is like a drug. Once you get into it, you can't stop. You have to slowly wean yourself off the love of your own body. You get my drift? No, we will not mandate the food industry to limit their calories in the food. I will, however, produce an alternative food source called the Essential Food Program. Now, this is built into our book, Hybrid Capitalism, so if you are unsure about what we're talking about, I'll give you a heads up. You'll be able to read this book for next to nothing. I'm trying to make it free, but it's very difficult. They want to constantly monetize. Kindle wants to charge $1. Yes, let me tell you about the food program. Number one, it's designed to make you feel better. It'll be the Essential Food Program. We're going to be partnering up the USDA. The USDA is actually going to be our venue we're going to work with. They also handle the food stamp program right now and the farm subsidy program. So I parsed those two together and created the Essential Food Program, which is in our book, in which farmers who are told not to grow things right now will be growing things. And these will not be GMO, by the way. All of our food will be non-GMO. So you're going to look at the Essential Food Program and go, wow, even people who don't have food stamps are going to want this, because there'll be frozen entrees of every variety. And they'll be affordable too, like a 2-person entree for $2. No, you don't understand, 949. I don't believe in individual mandates. I would not individually mandate any of you to do anything. But the Essential Food Program will be like a chicken enchilada with non-GMO corn. I don't like the Transatlantic Partnership either, Skippy. I'm against TPP, in case you didn't know. I don't recommend eating genetically modified food, folks. You're going to start feeling little tumors growing all over your body. Let me show you my little friend, the rat. The rat studies are conclusive. They just won a Paris lawsuit over Monsanto. And they have proven with beyond a shadow of a doubt that GMOs do cause laboratory rat tumors. And this is a bona fide study. It's going to be reissued coming up this month in a major peer-reviewed toxicology magazine. But this is what happens when you eat too much GMO. All right? This is what the government doesn't want you to know. This is why the leaked NASA document is so important. They don't want you to know any of this. No, we shouldn't leave the United Nations completely. But we don't need to have the amount of money going out to the United Nations we currently do with the Millennium Directive. We're giving them away $55 billion over 10 years. We don't have that money to waste on the UN. The science is settled. Natural News says the glyphosate Roundup is causing cancer. This story is real. By the way, we are extending the show past the 3-hour limit on our recorded broadcast. Thank you for coming in, sharing. All of our shows are in archive at YouTube every night. You can watch the previous night. Just sit back and kick in and watch. Okay, here we go. This is the Roundup thing that they tell us is supposed to be good for our garden, which in fact, in a recent study conducted by Dr. Nancy Swanson, the president of the International Federation of Organic Agricultural Movements, Andrew Liu, has reinforced what many have been convinced of all along. Glyphosate, the main ingredient of Monsanto's herbicide Roundup, is lethal. Their correlation study determined that it's lethal even in small amounts, debunking the notion in which some people suggest that its levels are so low that it can't possibly damage health. They are killing us. Thank you. The are smart people in control. Wrong. You see, 949, you're wrong. The European Union, the UN, the World Bank, the IMF have all predicated their wealth not on intelligence, but on repeat income and interest on their income. And most of all, a tactic they use called the fractional reserve banking system, which simply extends credit more and more. None of those people have a brain in their head. That's why the economy is collapsing worldwide. They have actually simply borrowed money to finance this ill-fated economy that we call the world economy today. Yes, World Health Organization is in Monsanto's wallet. Absolutely. No question about it, Harry. I will, and I'm telling this to all Iowan people who want to vote for me in the upcoming election. You can write my name in, by the way. That's totally doable. I want all of you to know that I will issue a State Department investigation into Monsanto, and we will lay a lawsuit on their ass. That's right. I'm a clean, articulate white man. Guest 9916 says, David, how are you going to rebuild the infrastructure and bridges and highways? Well, number one, we're not going to take out big projects. You know that bridge in Minnesota that collapsed? Or Fargo, North Dakota, excuse me? That was a case where they kept poking holes in the bridge, literally, weakening it, seeing if it was strong enough. We're not going to take on big projects right away, and we're not going to over-test the projects we have. What we want to do is small, initially, patch repair, and I want to work with the road construction teams at a national level and get past this contracted road project thing that's been going on for so long. We are literally having our state budgets getting milked by these unscrupulous contractors that exploit labor and literally have people standing by the road. You've seen them. Breathing tar without a mask on, where they're going, oh yeah, I got to get this job done so I can go home and shoot up. Well, I have a better plan for the infrastructure fund. It's not about money. It's about getting the job done. And most of the Democrats don't understand that. More power for government does not make you happy. In fact, that's the socialist model that's collapsing right now, and I will not allow it in my show. We want to shrink the size of government, but make it more effective and get a return on investment. That's where I differ from Bernie Sanders, and that's where I differ from all the Republicans that don't want the government involved in anything. I need you to help me to get on the ballot. You need to simply contact your Secretary of State, call them up on the phone and get a petition to get a president on the ballot. That's all you need to ask. Now they're sending me one for Pennsylvania right now because it should be available, and they're sending me a packet right now. Workers' rights are under attack, yeah. But you'll notice that Barack Obama never stood up for any of the workers in Walmart. It's a complete hypocritical system we've got. The Democrats have sucked up to big labor so long that they won't even talk about a private union for Walmart. Good. You can help collect signatures once I get my packet. I'll keep you informed. The housing market in America is struggling. Yeah. There's 11 million houses that are very close to foreclosure in the U.S. No, I'm not a libertarian. I'm a centrist. You know, guys, it's so difficult to stand here and constantly build a third party with so much so much mindset that's locked in step with the two-party system that it's frustrating for me to even talk. Then all you can think about is, oh, who in the two-party are you supporting? Well, do you support Bernie? He's not issuing a political revolution. He's issuing the same old coming out of the Democratic Party, which is completely corporate owned. He'll never stop Wall Street. They own him. You know, it's interesting to note that Bernie's suing the Democratic Party for all kinds of information packets that he was denied. And you have to ask, this guy must be into money. He must be, because he's suing the very party he's involved in. It's ironic, isn't it? And yet he's still continuing to push his entire platform. Hey, I believe that private unions are the way to go. But two big unions, the public unions, we got to start disassembling public unions. In our area of Washington, the little Soviet Union over here, I must tell you that my community is run by a bunch of libtards who are the greediest and most corrupt people I've ever seen in my life. They are literally siphoning off the tax dollars every time they want a school bond issue. They put together a thing for the ballot. And they're in this area, they're able to put their own election on track. They can actually finance their own election for a levy. This is how corrupt they are. And if it doesn't pass, they can finance another, on the taxpayer dollar, another levy, another election to get it to pass. And almost every time a school bond issue is put out, it's shot down, and then they run it through in the off time of the elections, and it passes. Because no one wants to vote all the time. But they're using the political process to maintain total control and to dominate the entire nation with their greed and corruption. And I must tell you that Bernie is the worst offender of all. He is a tax and spender like no other. Your nan needs a new job. Your nan. Can you fix it where less federal control and more power of the states? Automatically, yeah. I'm going to recommend that a comprehensive suggestion to the governors, a comprehensive plan for fiscal conservancy. I'm going to suggest that the states themselves stop paying their state legislators. It's a suggestion to save money. If we can get them to stop paying their state legislators and just make them volunteer jobs where we'll pay them for their gas to go to the Capitol, we'll take the money out of politics. Yeah, absolutely. I'm in favor of vouchers, homeschool vouchers too. I talked to a lady today at the market who said that she's never going to give her kids vaccinations. And in our state, you have to give your kids vaccinations if you want to get them through K through 8. The fact is, what we need to do is offer those families that want to opt out of that mandate, and I don't support mandates at all. We need to say that every state in the country should offer homeschooling opportunities for kids that don't want to be in the regular school system for whatever reason. And parents might want to do this because they don't want to vaccinate their kids because they're afraid of that deadly compound called nagalase. It's known in vaccinations to cause serious tumor production. Nagalase, if you look it up, actually begins to destroy the immune system. I don't think Bob is here. Yeah, he never made it into the party. Just some guy with 12 browsers open up in front of him. He just keeps hitting send. So we're going to do guest off for a while so he can go back and masturbate. No, Nagalase is not related to Zika. Zika is being pushed as the scaremonger problem. Every year they come up with a new one. The scaremonger problem right now is designed to make us all think that... Thank you, Snappy. The scaremonger program, the Zika virus, is designed to take all of the radiation victims with microcephalic heads and claim they're all suffering from Zika virus. And then it's a circular argument they created. It's the Hegelian dialectic, like I talked about. They create the problem that only they can fix. So they say the problem is Zika virus. They're ignoring the problem of radiation from Fukushima. All right? Nobody talks about it. I'm the only one who talks about it. I got this at the same thrift store I bought my suit at. That white suit. This chair was purchased for $25. It's an all leather executive chair, valued at over $200. Okay, so this is the deal. Then the plan is to vaccinate you. So they want to probably stick all those swine flu vaccines they can't sell and relabel them and stick them in your body. They're already equipped with chips. They're already chipped, and they all have the Nagalase product in it. Nagalase is designed to weaken your immune system to cause tumors in your body. So the push for vaccinations is based on fear that the Zika virus is spreading, and they're using the excuse of microcephalic children as a reason to think the Zika virus is spreading. So they're just using it to create fear, which only they can correct with a vaccine that's polluted with Nagalase, thimerosal, squalene, and yes, you get it, chipped RFID chips that are so small you can't even see them. I know. I mean, I would never have guessed the government would have been shipping people in vaccines, but they've been doing it, allegedly. Right now, Snappy, you have a hard time wiping your ass. I'd go out and buy some toilet paper, because that's about all you're going to be able to do in a few years. Yes, artificial intelligence is a threat to America, for a lot of good reasons. It is 9:16 where I am, 383. David Icke, or Icky, is part of the alien agenda. He's a shill. He's a shill for the U.S. government, as is Alex Jones. They're promoting something ridiculous to cloud over the real problem, which is chemtrail, weather modification. So oftentimes the government will put out websites that have discussions of aliens right next to chemtrails. It makes you think that anyone who thinks chemtrails are happening is in some way a whack job. But in reality, folks, this problem has been revealed, and it's pretty serious. NASA has even got an internal document that just went public. And it wasn't by their intention, it just slipped out because somebody accessed it. But it talks about how they've been dumping chemicals in our atmosphere for years, and they laugh at how stupid we are. You want to be thought of as stupid? It's time to wake up and realize you're not stupid, and they don't control the universe. You need to step up and gain control of the future, folks. We need a third party. We need accountability. We're not going to get it any other way. Now, the BPA substitute is not safer. Yeah. WorldHealth.net is talking about this BPA supplement not actually being safe either. You know, I don't trust a lot of the things that I see nowadays. Illinois' housing market posted a big 2015 gain. Oh, okay. Well, you know, the housing markets are still surviving. You know, thanks for sharing. All right, wake up and smell the coffee. We need a third party. Deep down. Yeah, so I don't trust even BPA-free cups. This has got BPAs in it. I'm taking in BPAs right now while I'm drinking. Yeah. What are you going to do? You know, you need a thermos cup. You got to buy one. What are you going to trust? They taste pretty good. I like the old coffee better than the BPAs, though. Yeah, well, you know, they're going to call the Zika virus an international emergency. That's what they do. World Health Organization works directly for the powers that be in the Illuminati. They're one step away from the Luciferians at the UN. In fact, they probably are arm in arm with the Luciferians. So they're going to push this fear of Zika, another round of vaccinations. They're trying to vaccinate the entire world. So far, they've only been able to do it to 54%. I have pretty big arms, thank you. I'm not big. I mean, you got Doopster. He's built like he may win a competition. He's got some major biceps. Yeah, he's going to be in a arm lifting competition, I understand. He's been working out. His wife bought him a big, huge 300-pound weightlifting set. Right. The World Health Organization is a branch of the United Nations, which is a simple... They're just basically a mouthpiece for the World Bank and the IMF. Yeah, I heard that. Causing a slew of debilitating side effects from BPA safe. So our government isn't even testing the products that we're delivering and telling people, oh yes, you can get a VW and it's no emissions, and then VW shows to have emissions, right? Well, now we're finding out that BPAs are in, or something like it, just as bad, is in all the BPA-free stuff. In 2012, the Food and Drug Administration banned the use of biphenyl A, BPA, in baby bottles, sippy cups, and infant formula. Manufacturers had already dropped the use of BPA after studies linked to it early puberty and rise in breast and prostate cancer. Well, BPA-free became all the rage, but even in 2014, there were hints that BPA alternatives were not as safe as presumed. A new study by UCLA researchers is adding to the evidence that BPS, the most common alternative, is most likely no safer than BPA. Whatever happened to old glass? Yeah, the FDA is a joke. You know, the FDA has been investigating 15 different holistic doctors that have studied Nagalase, and the FDA put them on their watch list, and those 15 doctors are now dead. So I'm beginning to wonder if the FDA is not complicit in the hits on these innocent naturopaths. Yeah. Russia moves to tax Apple, Google, and Netflix as a response to the attack on their economy. Yeah, I don't blame them. Russia's facing a loss of revenue from their oil value going so low with the oil glut that's going on right now. I told you my theory, Sheriff. They're pushing the Zika virus to cover the effects of radiation, and they're trying to use this as a way to push for vaccinations, which they want to do. They want to deliver more vaccinations with nanochip particles in it. They want to kill people off. Their primary goal is depopulation. The American people have never been in a more critical time when we had to stop the worst psychopaths in the world from doing the unthinkable, committing genocide. Right now, we've got poison water, poison air, and poison food being delivered to the American people. And when they stick Nagalase, which is a very deadly product, causes tumors, in vaccinations, you know they're up to no good. Sheriff John Brown, vaccinations in their original form when you and I were kids, I don't know how old you are, but in the old days, let me show you a picture, it'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. In the old days, vaccinations were much less than they are today. People were only receiving a small portion of vaccinations when they were kids. What do they say? Is there more than one way to skin a cat? Here's a typical baby today. That's all the different injections that your kids are going to get if you're a parent. I don't know how people are doing it. I mean, Jim Carrey, who's a parent, you know, the comedian, he was shocked when Jerry Brown forced all these vaccinations on kids in California. They're mandated in California. Jim Carrey said that Jerry Brown was acting like a dictator, and he's right. But this is the statistic that really is shocking. In 1983, 10 vaccines were given out to kids. I had like 6. I think I had a polio vaccine, rubella, smallpox, mumps. Yeah, and my vaccines were way in the early days, like the 60s. But for most people that are you know, quite young, you guys have had up to 150 in 2008. You can't be in the room, by the way. You have to be 18 or older. But yeah, the reason the vaccines have increased is they're trying to cause and predict this breakdown in our our young people's minds. They want neuropathy. They want neurological disorders. They want a breakdown in the system. They're pushing for depopulation. You have lupus, polio, and jaundice. That sucks. Is Jim Carrey supporting Ted Cruz, really? Well, scratch everything I said about Jim Carrey. Thank you, Harry Sachs. Yeah, so why would we stick 46 vaccines in a child now? I mean, why would we turn our children into pincushions? Because they don't give a crap about us. They want to continue to pollute the entire population from any way they can. Whether it's GMOs in our food, fluoride in our water, which is proven to lower our IQ and the children's IQ. Yeah. It's a concerted effort to pretty much destroy our population. So when I talk about building a third party and coming up with solutions, I'm not just talking about fixing the economy. I'm talking about stopping an insidious attack upon the American people and the human species by a group of psychotics that think that they want to control the world's resources. Why would a species make depopulation their number one goal? I'm okay. I like the fact that Jim Carrey likes to speak out of his ass, so I think that's pretty funny. I thought the pet detective thing was hilarious. They want to make money, right? They don't care about our health, but it's worse than that. It used to be that hello, Ms. Hatsune, thank you, hello. It's more than just, wanting money. They've already got the money they want. Tomorrow is Technology Thursday. We'll be talking about how they're implementing automation levels that get rid of the human factor completely. They want to use and exploit humans to their end and then get rid of the humans. They'll be able to replace you with a robot shortly. They make you sick so they can give all your money to the drug companies and to the doctors who own the hospitals. It's all a big scam to screw the American people over. Bitcoin is going to die on the vine. It's already in the process. The lead investor in Bitcoin already said he's backing out. Bitcoin is going to be like the Edsel of tomorrow. No, Harry, the idea of we'll talk about transhumanism tomorrow. I just touched on the idea of biometric chips forced upon people. I'm not going to do that. I will never allow forced implantation of RFID chips on the population. No individual mandates. But by the way, the Essential Food Program is about good food. I wanted to give it some color here. So it's not food that will be inedible. It'll be recipes that will be generated by some of the top experts in cooking. Highly edible, tasty treats. And it'll be coming from American farmers. And I anticipate the cost savings of combining the essential food programs of farm subsidies with the food stamp program to merge into the essential food program will save up to $40 billion a year. Currently, both of those programs cost $80 billion per year. Combined, they will drop $40 billion in cost because we'll be buying the food the farmers are told not to grow. So they'll be growing food and we'll be buying that food. Big difference from where we're at today. Big difference. I've got great ideas for the country, folks. I really urge you to support me and our effort at America's Third Party. We are not just doing this for our fun. We're trying to do this for survival. It's become a bigger task to save the beautiful minds of our children and our future generations. And right now, they are literally attacking the very nature of humanity. These are the scummiest psychopaths of all eternity controlling the destiny of mankind. It's become a disaster. China, National Chemical, to buy Syngenta for $43 billion. They want to
when
control
you look
everything.
at this deal, I was running through the numbers today, and I was actually thinking, okay, well, what does this tell me? Is that China is serious about having access to technology. That means that it can feed the biggest population on Earth. But the share price of Syngenta didn't actually go up by as much as they offered. So it also tells me that there's regulatory concerns.
That's exactly right. And we've been spending a lot of time this.
Okay, I think I've heard enough gay people on TV talking. Thank you. That was great. China government is killing the world. Yeah. Well, we can stop that from happening by imposing a 15% ecological tariff. That's something we've been discussing on our shows as well. Well, I'm not the hero you asked for, but I've been here since 2008. Thank you for that. Nice word of advice. Bin Dibby. Thank you. Thanks a lot, UK. Yeah. Well, centrist politics is not really like chemotherapy. Chemotherapy kills you. Centrist politics finds common ground between the left and the right. Big difference. Chemotherapy literally kills all the cells in your body. How Japan sees China's island building as a problem. Okay, thanks. Well, centrist politics is not flip-flop politics. It is working to hone arbitration and negotiations and compromise. I'm opposed to social liberalism too. I'm not pushing a socially liberal agenda. I'm not forcing same-sex marriage on any of you. I'm going to tell all the states that they can opt out of the marriage licenses entirely. The Supreme Court has been very clear that if you offer marriage contracts, you have to offer it equally. Bearing that in mind, if states don't offer marriage contracts, they completely nullify it. I'm not here with a socially liberal agenda. I do want to address the issues of homelessness in a way that won't create a larger population of welfare recipients, that gives people an incentive to work and to find purpose. Our homestead renewal plan is a way to actually create traction in our economy and give people the most important thing that they can possibly have from all their years of work, which is a home, something they can call their own. Believe me, I know everything about what I need to do, Mario. I'm not a person who's hawking ideas to make money personally. I don't profit from any of this. None of it's for personal gain. And honestly, my chances of getting elected are pretty small. But at the same time, because I've been censored for so long, I'm receiving a lot of invisible capital, equity, if you will. You can call it karma. But because the media has purposely censored me, it's coming back to haunt them. And the growing population of people that talk about our show has brought this effort to a head and continue to grow. So we're not just sitting around. We really believe that if you keep applying pressure, you'll begin to edge away the barriers that are ahead of you. You etch away at the barriers. If you constantly scrape at one spot in a brick wall, you'll eventually cut through that brick wall. It has made me stronger in many ways, yeah. So I'm trying to take all the negative stuff that is turned against me and use it to my advantage. And I urge you to do that in your own personal life. Talking on a nightly basis is the very least I can do. I'm maintaining a constant presence, and I think what we've got right now is a little bit more than just a possibility. We've got a real chance to save this nation. But we have to come up with better ideas than the Democrats and Republicans, and we have them. We've got to break through the media block on a third party. That's got to happen. Eventually, it'll take place. They've got everything going their way because they've been able to cut off all the different points in which we need to get free press. They've got local Cairo TV came to my house and interviewed me. I did 30 minutes of interviews. They never played any of the issues, not one, but instead decided to turn the whole thing into a 12-second slam against me because I did a blackface impersonation of Barack Obama. No, it's called Cairo TV. I think it's an ABC affiliate in Seattle. But they were the only ones that interviewed me, and it wasn't about my issues. They don't want to talk about the issues. They just want to label me some sort of a racist, which I'm not. I've never said a racial slur in my life. And just pick me apart because I did, in their minds, the unthinkable. I did an impersonation video of Barack Obama. I mean, in a country that's dedicated to free speech, they think this is racism. It shows you how completely out of it they are. And this is actually a very popular video. It went worldwide when a guy decided to take the 3 minutes and repeat it over and over again and make a Blu-ray disc out of it. And I guess he made money on it. I don't know. But it is national or international. It's reached a lot of countries. And the American market refuses to acknowledge it. And I even did a second round, and I have videos out there of my videos, which is currently on a hit counter lock. I think they put a strike against me at YouTube. But it is it's pretty interesting. You can check out our videos at my videos at David John Sponheim's YouTube account. I'll give you the link. Yeah. Anyway, this is a series of... Well, thank you for saying I look like a black person. That's very nice of you. I don't have anything against black people. I think they're very highly intelligent and very rich subculture. I think many people don't realize that blacks have attained a certain equal economic status with whites. Whites have been held back for so long with affirmative action that it's kind of an equal situation we're dealing with now. But these are all the videos I made. I did these last year. Obama, Ebola. Now you can check them out whenever you want. They're political satire. Anyway, they don't want to talk about the issues. They don't want to even talk about anything America's Third Party stands for. Like legalization of marijuana. We support that. Recreational marijuana, not just profiting medical marijuana operations like they're doing in New York. I want recreational. I want everyone to be able to grow it themselves, and anyone who sells it would pay a 15% sales tax. And that would be broken back to the states. It would supersede all state taxes. There would be no taxes on marijuana beyond the federal tax. Your mate worked for business, for Ford? Okay. Ford is USA's only Ford. Yeah. Ford to cut jobs to save $200 billion in Europe. Yeah. They're on track to save a lot of money. A lot of companies are doing this. I'm telling you, all the middle management and some of the workers around the world are going to be cutting labor. Every big corporation, the corporate model is failing because every single corporation is just simply cutting their bottom line to keep in the black while the economy begins to melt in around them. It's a global economic implosion, and it's a shrinkage. So because they extended credit way beyond their wildest imaginations, I'm not high at all. Because they extended credit so far beyond their imagination, they couldn't even comprehend what to do, like possibly produce more products, maybe make their products better. Thank you. We will definitely see more middle management jobs getting cut left and right. Those corporations are failing. And I know people that make $250,000 a year that can't even afford to, really save money for their retirement. They're so overextended. Everybody I know that makes that kind of money wastes their money left and right. So the key to economic survival is to conserve and produce at the same time. Well, I'm in the right place at the right time doing the right thing, Vendibby. I wouldn't be doing this if I couldn't do it. I have the talent and the ability to do this, and I'm simply manifesting what I pre-visualized 30 years ago. Well, pizza is going to be really bad for your weight gain. Yeah, I'm going to be dropping off and not broadcasting on the screen at 10 o'clock. But I run the show till 2 in the morning. We have movies that I play and I chat in the room. I come in. I keep the computers rolling into the evening. It takes me a while just to process all the links. You guys have been delivering a lot of links tonight. It's kind of impressive. I can't keep up with them all. Walmart effect. Store closures are leaving food deserts in their wake. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, food deserts, I'm sorry. Food deserts in their wake. We're at 9:40 where we are. You're in New York or on the East Coast. Goldman Sachs pays Hillary Clinton over $600,000 in speaking fees in just 1 year. Oh yeah, Hillary's all about the corporations. I'm telling you, I need you Democrats to realize I left the Democratic Party in 2007 to start America's Third Party because there's no way I could possibly put up with the corporate corruption. Well, if Bernie Sanders is saying that, that's fine. I'm glad he's making people aware of Hillary's connections. But really, Bernie's not strong enough to take on Wall Street. He doesn't have the strength. Conspiracy Lyrist will be bringing in a lot of really good
156 stores in the United States. And
stories about the economy, cutting government waste, and we're going to deal with radiation, Fukushima disaster.
Percent of all Walmart stores across the country and around the world. But we also know was that the
I can't.
The system is.
It's a corrupt system, but at the same time,
those employees will be able to find work at nearby Walmarts, and if they don't choose to stay within the company, they do have the opportunity to get 60 days pay. Internationally, 115 stores will close in Latin America. Some of those are in Brazil and have already closed.
Yeah, that was an old story. Walmart is closing 158 stores in the U.S., 258 internationally. I know. Well, one of the things I offer on Wasteful Wednesday is some food tips for everybody. Okay? You don't have to write this down. I'm just going to give you some healthy food tips. We are being killed by the air we breathe. That's right. I agree. All right. Okay, potatoes, carrots, and onions are still a very affordable product. Everywhere you go, you can usually buy these things at discount, okay? You can usually find lettuce at discount to have for salads. Some people don't mind a chopped lettuce salad for greens. Seriously. Yes. But if you buy these products, like I just bought a 10-pound bag of grade A #1 potatoes for $1.68 for 10 pounds. I get a 2-pound thing of carrots for like $1 when I got it on sale. I can buy onions for 28 to 33 cents a pound. Now, what I'm telling you is just a starting point here. If you shop at discount food places or check in areas like expired food in your meat section, don't get pork. Pork can be really nasty if it's old. Try to avoid chicken if it's old. But if you need beef and you seriously rely on beef for your family to get protein, you're going to be looking at decent beef in the expired food section as long as it looks okay. Artichokes are great. If you can buy canned artichokes, they're a lot easier to deal with because artichokes are really hard to cook. Potatoes, believe me, are strong on certain key vitamins. Potassium is huge in potatoes. It even has vitamin C. So, yeah, artichokes, I love artichokes, Amanda. Oh, yeah. I have some great memories of artichokes. You're using canned artichokes? Yep. Oh, yeah. I rinse those out, and then I add a little bit of butter to them. I rinse them out because I try to get the salt out because I don't want too much salt in my diet. Hello, you're from Russia. Hello, Eustace. Hi. Welcome to the show. Full of potassium, bananas. Yes, Miss Hatsune, you like bananas. Yeah, so you tried avoiding salt too? Good. Well, rinsing your vegetables out prior to cooking them is a good way to avoid salt. But I can take a piece of chuck roast that I can get chuck roast for as low as $2 a pound if I look carefully. And I can make a nice 3-pound chuck roast into a massive stew, and I can feed 10 people with that food. But what I do is keep it for freezer food. I make advanced meals for Sarah. I'll make a rice dish, like a brown rice dish with chicken in it and various vegetables like these carrots. And this works really well. Carrots and onions are really good additions to any stir fry. But you can make these things in advance and then put them in your freezer and save a lot of money, folks, as opposed to going out to lunch every day, which is really hitting people pretty hard in the pocketbook. So as we get, yeah, definitely slow cookers are the way to go, Mellow Yellow Man. They cook at 150 watts for about 7 hours, and they make a nice meal. Yeah, make soups in advance. And you know the thing about a soup, you can turn it off and keep the lid on it. It'll stay fine outside the refrigerator. And you can turn it on 6-7 hours later and have the soup is ready to go. That's how people used to cook in the old days when they didn't have refrigerators. They would make soups a lot. You know, I should add a whole cooking section on the website, but it's really simple stuff, I'm telling you. I could say it in just a few words, really. I mean, I've learned to live efficiently and frugally over the years because there's no better way to get ahead in this world than to save and live below your means. No matter what your means are, you can still kind of keep them under control. When the economy got tough 7 to 8 years ago, Sarah and I actually cut our food budget in half. And we still went out once a week to a restaurant because I found a restaurant I could go to for very little. But now that's getting harder and harder to find. All the buffets in my area are about $18.95 a person just to have dinner or lunch even. So it's changing. Food is getting expensive. But you know, many of the programs, like some of the fast food restaurants, are doing pretty well in lieu of the economy because they're offering 4 for $4 deals at Wendy's. I know that Burger King is offering 5 for $4 to compete. So you can get 5 different things on the menu. So many of you are still stuck on fast food. I get that. Thanks, Froggy, for respecting I'm not materialistic. I just made a personal commitment to live frugally throughout my life, and it's been very good. Yeah, you get massive calories at fast food. That's true, Mellow Yellow. I avoid fast food. I don't eat there, but many of you are going to, have a quick fix when you're on the road. You got to do something. When I travel with Sarah across the country, we usually get the $1 menu at McDonald's. I'll get a side salad and a double cheeseburger or whatever they offer for $1. It's not too bad. But I understand the mentality of saving. And it's one of the reasons why our country is still great, because we're able to deal with this tremendous crunch. But we need to get ahead of these greedy pigs like Donald Trump. We need to get political power if we're going to save this nation. They don't give a crap about you or I. They don't care about the lower middle class. They don't give a crap about the people of this country. They just want to make money. They want to profit. And they'll do whatever they have to profit. And frankly, Donald Trump sold out 4 times with 4 separate bankruptcies, corporate bankruptcies. He's already been nursing off the teat of the corporate money flow coming out of the Federal Reserve. He's already hooked, line, and sinker owned by the Federal Reserve. Hello, Eustace. Well, frankly, I don't expect anyone to save the nation by being armed. Frankly, all you'll be able to do is save yourself. I believe in the Second Amendment. I strongly support it. We're not going to have any gun control options with me. That's a sidetrack issue. That's taken up 7 years under Obama, really destroying our nation's time that we need to focus on building our economy. Thank you. Well, Mario Starr has a very negative view. He says, very good, Dave. I don't see the Americans waking up, though. The noose will be around their necks from warning, and they won't wake up till just before they dangle. I tend to agree with you, Mario. Yeah. As much as, I've tested the waters here. I know that the American people are really under a major siege to get to the next step. They've got numerous things hitting them, dumbing them down with propaganda. They've got predictive programming going on in television, telling you what to do, go into debt, consume, all this crap. I can't. Yeah, and I'd be glad to do that, but I have not yet committed to 2020. One of the reasons why we've been really frustrated is we've kept this party 100% FEC compliant. So I can't make any money on the internet. There's no way I can make any money on the internet as long as I'm connected. My presidential campaign is connected to this party. So once the party is turned into just a business venture, and I no longer am running for president, we can make money on our business venture. America's Third Party can be a separate entity completely, and is, from my campaign to elect David Sponin for president. So, but when 2019 rolls around, if I have enough support from my party, and this is just a business thing, and I test the waters up until that 1919 era, then I can make that decision whether I'm going to run or not. Okay, we have a new song from Scissor Fight called The Cannibal. It's very good. Yeah, I've never made money online at all, and I don't plan on it up until the end of 2016's election cycle. Thanks, Froggy. I appreciate that. All right, so this is The Cannibal from Scissor Fight. Pretty cool song he introduced last night. GM posts record profit, but shares skid. Yeah, GM is completely propped up by American government purchases of trucks.
Like Hannibal, like MF, better check yourself, make sure you got some skin left.
We've got an attack on our genes from the Zika virus, or is it radiation from Fukushima? You decide. I love this beautiful tight beat, yeah. So in a radiated world, we're going to have to come up with a way to feed ourselves cleanly. I like, yes. Not corruption. Kind of hood, yeah.
Cause I eat rappers, I'm a cannibal. Like the one that keep me locked up, like Hannibal. But I don't wear a mask like MF. Better check yourself and make sure you got some skin left.
So tomorrow is Technology Thursday, and we're going to talk about engineering new zero-point energy solutions, saving you electricity charges. Cool, thank you. Better check yourselves, make sure you got some skin left. Yeah, LED lights are great. I talked to a guy at our local Ace Hardware. He made a switch over to LED lights in his house, and he has like lots of chandeliers. And he is saving like 60 a month or more on his energy bill. It's amazing what LED lights do. All right, we've got a chatter who just sent me a Vaughn message. I don't have a Vaughn room open right now. Hang on. Yeah, LED is way better than LCD, by the way. LED is clean energy. LCD is dirty. LCD is dirty energy. It makes up a lot of weird RF frequencies. The sound generation from LCD lights is huge. It's like fluorescent. Okay, now you can send me a message on the IM system on Vaughn. Sunchild. Well, frankly, Snappy, you're negative about everything, but LEDs, I'm running this whole show on 30 watts of light energy. That's how much lights are coming at you right here. Now, I can show you the setup real quick, just so you know. But there's 2 lights there. See that? That's 2 lights. 6 watts apiece, okay? And there's 2 lights over there for another 6 watts. So it's 24 watts, and then right there I've got a light, another computer station, and that's 6 watts as well. And these are all LED, and the savings is significant. That's plenty of lighting in here for 30 watts. You try to find a 30-watt incandescent bulb that'll put out this amount of light. Yeah. Exactly, Amanda. Yeah, I paid for this entire setup. If you look online, you can see this setup for about $150. Snappy, can you cite some proof that it's bad for my vision, please? Thanks. It's nice to talk through your butt, but frankly... But yeah, this is we got this fabric here, and this is rolls around, but this is the screen that we got. It's a full it's a 12-foot screen, and it's portable, so we can take it on the road with us. Yeah, but if you want to just get green fabric or blue fabric, you can do that with a light blue too. It works. The blue screen works as well. Oh, cool. So you're set. You got the fabric. Okay. Yeah, just string it up against the wall, and then the important thing is to get light on you and then get a light behind you. So that side light I was showing you puts light behind you. It sculpts the green screen effect a little bit better. Hi, Concordi. Cool. Yeah, the shadows are best. And I'm using XSplit. You can use a free copy of XSplit if you go there and download it. It's a pretty good green screen effect, way better than many can. Mr. EKZ, if we open up GMOs, it's Pandora's box of problems. My radioactive food comments were really about eliminating dangers, not adding to them. Creating a fungi to grow to create food is a lot more difficult to create a fungi than it is to just produce good quality food that's organic and non-GMO. So I'm drifting away from GMOs, especially in lieu of all the factors involved, the tumor production in rats that they found. We're being lied to, everybody, and we've got to stop this. And a third party is perhaps the only way to get accountability from our government. And I'm not trying to promote something that's radical. I'm actually working in favor of a better government. I do not want to fall into the category of being against the government, because I'm not. I'm actually in favor of helping to fix the government. So big difference between that and the other parties that simply are sucking up to the government and really endorse this tyrannical government that we have. I was born in Los Angeles. Yeah, less government is better government. I agree. Well, metamorphosis is still one of the mysteries of the universe. Okay, good. Well, this third party is a brainchild of myself and my father in the 1970s. We watched populists that tried to build some coalition in the Democratic Party, and when they failed. We believe that the Democratic Party is corrupt, and I would like to listen to the Republican Party more on certain issues like fiscally conservative issues. So the best solution here is a third party as an arbiter between the two parties that just don't get along. And we believe that the only way to cut the budget is to get the cronies out of government. And frankly, the two parties are connected at the hip to the money and all the contracts that equal the big, huge overruns that we face, the deficits that we face. I don't think Bernie or Trump really are the issue. I think the issue is the American people. I think we're defining an election that's still a little far out in terms of a distance from where it should be by the mindset of two old men that have no clue as to how the American people are living. Bernie is so in love with Marxism that he's lost track of what the working man has to do when they pay taxes. Trump is so out of touch with the borrowed money that he's acquired from the Federal Reserve to keep going that he has no clue as to how great America is. And for him to say he's going to make America great again means that he doesn't think America is great at all. And that sucks. He's not a good representative of the American people. He's an elitist and the last person I would ever want for president. No, that's okay. It's not taboo. It's getting tiring. So coming up with solutions to technological problems like this is the way to go, and we'll be talking about that tomorrow night with our Pay Americans, with our plan of Technology Thursday, in which we introduce new solutions, green, clean technology solutions for the future. Yeah, I think both parties are completely owned, and because I'm being censored in the media heavily, I'm sure that I'm on the right track because they're afraid of me and they're afraid of what I can do to galvanize and unite the American people. I pose a bigger risk to their structure of corruption and cronyism than any other candidate out there. You met a man named Mr. Koch once. Okay. That might be one of the Koch brothers. So I will address the forced vaccination issue. I will stop the rampant use of GMOs in our environment. I will pull fluoride from our water system so that you won't have to drink it because there's no proof it lowers cavities in populations. It, however, is proven to cause serious problems with thinking, which is not good. I will end war overseas. We will call up Putin and say we're not going to be involved in an entanglement in Syria or Ukraine. And let's get back to the diplomatic stage of forging a solution to the environmental crisis facing all of our nations and start building a better, more clean environment for children in the future, not something that's worse. And let's get the corporate pigs out of government. That's the biggest thing. We cannot stand back and watch these corporate pigs continue to dominate the American population. I don't want a dynastic president. I want a person of and by the people in order to save this nation. I won't settle for anything less. Call me old-fashioned, but the American people at least deserve a shot at fixing their economy. We haven't had one American out there who's of the people. We've had cronies that have been handpicked. Barack Obama was a CIA plant, and it's become more and more obvious as time went on that this guy is owned. He's a puppet. All right, so we've got a lot of things going on. Let's talk about a serious story in Illinois that really shows the corruption in Illinois. A democratically led state now can't even pay out its lottery victims. The people that win the lottery, I call them victims because in the end they lose money. I know, Froggy. Well, we need to break through the ice that they've created, the wall of censorship they've created to stop anybody. So let's talk about the Illinois state multi-state lottery rigging, and then we go to another story from Brother Nathaniel on how the IMF really works. You'll get an inside look at how corporate corruption at the World Bank is penetrating into our nation's policies and forcing us to do some bad things. We're going to separate from them. When I become president, we will no longer do the bidding of the IMF. That's a promise. We cannot be their police force around the world. All right. Take care, everybody. Good night. We will, however, be broadcasting at 5 o'clock tomorrow Pacific time for our Technology Thursday. Thank you.
Hey everybody, you guys are familiar with this video right here, I do believe. It is manipulation of a jackpot caught on TV. Let's watch it one more time, just for remembrance sake.
Here comes last number 21. Big surprise. It called the number